Good afternoon. Today is February 22nd. Welcome to the bill hearings for the Ways and Means Committee, calling House Bill 1014. Delegate Adams.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. For the record, Delegate Chris Adams presenting House Bill 1014. I know you don't have the clock on for sponsors, but in my mind, I've got that clock on. We'll go quick.
Thank you.
So this bill seeks to revisit an issue that this committee passed a few years back. I think it was House Bill 739, where the state of Maryland had created the $5 million exemption for the estate tax. In this bill, what I'm attempting to do is have the Maryland estate tax exemption match the federal limit. So that's what the bill does. Let me just spend the balance of my minute or two telling you why I brought the bill. You know, our family business has been getting these assessments. Everybody is talking about the assessments, and some of these are going up 30, 40% valuation on property. And think about the families that have succession plans, families that maybe aren't thinking succession because they weren't worried about it 2 or 3 years ago. And all of a sudden, the value of the property that they own starts to hit these limits. Once you hit a limit, these aren't small rates of tax. These are big numbers that people have to come up with. My worry and my legislative intent here is to have the state act in a posture that I think makes it easier for citizens to understand what succession planning should look like, what estate planning should look like, and have the state of Maryland hold harmless folks that frankly aren't thinking about it because they didn't think about it until maybe 2 or 3 years from now. These assessments are a real issue for most family businesses. These dollar amounts are going to be hard hits. I know it goes over a 3-year period of grace where you get to the new assessment. But to that point, I would just ask you to consider and urge a favorable report on the bill on the principle that we're trying to help people that maybe are not seeing this coming. So with that, committee, I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Delegate Adams.
Thank you.
That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1014. House Bill 1015, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and my friends on Ways and Means. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Delegate April Miller, and I'm here to present House Bill 1015 on behalf of the Frederick County delegation. This bill is a relatively simple bill intended to support our local fire departments and first responders. If passed, this legislation would allow for fire, rescue, and ambulance organizations to accept credit cards as payment for participation in fundraising events such as bingo, tip jar gaming, and other games designed to raise funds. During the pandemic, our local fire departments were dealt a huge hit to incoming fundraising revenue, and they have not since recovered. By allowing the use of credit cards at these events, our fire halls will be able to maintain or possibly recover some fundraising revenue. This legislation is supported by our local fire halls, the Frederick County Council unanimously, and our Frederick County delegation. I ask for a favorable report from the committee, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1015. House Bill 1075, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I thought I was going to bring that moment of levity a little bit later today. And you will have to forgive me because, again, I thought that my hearing was a little later, so I don't actually have my notes. No, it's not. It's not. I'm going to be fine. I got enough in my head. I appreciate you, though. Colleagues, today, Delegate Young here on behalf of House Bill 1075, which creates a tax exemption for e-bikes and e-scooters. The thought process behind the bill is very simple. We already are looking at climate change and trying to make sure that there is an opportunity for people to transition away from cars because we know that our planet is heating up. Additionally, when I look at transit equity, I think about that first mile and that last, I done lost my breath, y'all. Because I had to run out. I think about the first mile and the last mile for individuals in my district trying to get to Penn Station so they can go to a job in DC, or where we have challenges with, recently we had challenges with our light rail. We know that those are being solved. But again, the purpose being about making sure that individuals who may not be able to purchase a Tesla or electronic vehicle can have an opportunity to try to transition away from cars, and or for those young people, for those parents who have children who want a car, but maybe they can't afford it. This is an alternative for individuals to be able to get to jobs, to get to school, et cetera, et cetera. Furthermore, they keep building these bike lanes in my district, so we might as well find out how we can help people use them. Ultimately, again, the bill simply removes the tax on these vehicles. So you would not pay the 6% tax. And as we look at electrification also of our buildings, of our buses, which I know was just recently announced by the governor, this, I hope, is an equitable way to get more people to make that transition. I personally am an owner, obviously, of an e-scooter. I also own an e-bike. And in my own personal experience and the experience of some other individuals that I know, I don't drive my car to work anymore. Why? Because it takes the same amount of time going 20 miles an hour on my e-scooter to get to work, and I don't have to worry about traffic. Same thing with my e-bike. And all I need to do when I get home or get to work is plug it back in, and I'm just as mobile as anybody with a car. Now, of course, on a rainy and snowy day, it's a little more difficult, but I don't have a weather machine, and the bill doesn't speak to a weather machine. So I humbly ask and urge for a favorable report. Yes, there is a significant fiscal note, but I urge that the investment in our people and investment in more modalities of transportation, we will seek and we will yield a large and significant benefit moving forward. Look, it's told me to be quiet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any questions for Delegate Young? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1075. Delegate Queen, House Bill 1087. And folks, you might see some folks from appropriations join us because this is a jointly assigned, but we're going to go ahead and move forward.
All righty, great timing. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of am I on the right bill? Yes, Ways and Means Committee and Appropriations Committee. Glad to be here with you this year. So I want to talk a little bit about this bill and what we're trying to solve and the technology that's related to it. So I am going to request a favorable support for HB 1087, Institutions of Higher Education Online Gambling Prohibition. And so what this bill suggests or encourages us to do is to use geofencing technology to prevent the access of online gambling apps while on college campuses of higher education. And so in my other job, I'm a professor at one of our HBCUs here in Maryland, Morgan State University. And when we are teaching our students, sometimes it's kind of hard to keep their attention, especially when they're on their cell phones doing all sorts of things. But one of the things that they tend to be doing nowadays is gambling online because they have access to that while in class. And so you may not be aware of it, but this problem of gambling among college students is something that the NCAA has done a survey about because they find it's very prevalent among students who are athletes. And so what they found in their survey that sports gambling is very pervasive among 18 to 22-year-olds. with the survey saying 58% have engaged at least in one sporting activity despite their age. So some are underage, as well as the geographic restrictions on legal sports gambling in those areas. And it is so widespread on campuses that 67% students living on campus bet, and they bet at high frequencies. 41% of college students have placed a bet on their own school's team, and 35% have are also bookmakers, helping to encourage gambling on the campuses. And so they also respond that they are very much persuaded to gamble based upon the advertising that they see about gambling. I don't know if you've watched some of the online, some of the TV commercials about people who gamble, but they're very prominent athletes, or they're other comedians or other figures that they're attracted to. And so we're finding that 58% of those students are likely to bet after seeing some of these ads. And this percentage is higher than what we find in the general population. Within Maryland, we have several sportsbook betting apps available to us, to our students, to all of us, but including our students: ESPN, BET, FanDuel, Caesars, DraftKings, BET, MGM, Bet Rivers, Betfred, Fanatics, Crab Sports, and Superbooks. And they tend to attract customers that are 18 to 34 years old. And so I don't know if you all are watchers of 60 Minutes, but I kind of watch that occasionally on weekends. And about 3 weeks ago, they had a whole program or article about sports gambling, and especially the issues around college students even using their tuition money to bet. So what is a possible solution to this? So there's a technology called geofencing, which is already in use now to prohibit online gambling outside of your state. So I happen to travel a lot outside of Maryland to watch sporting events, and I accompany my son, who tends to bet all the time. And we were in another state, and he was about to bet on the team, and then he realized, oh, I can't bet in this state because it's not prohibited in this state. So geofencing is a way of prohibiting folks for betting in areas where they're not supposed to. And so to use that technology would be to use that similar technology on college campuses to prohibit the access to these online apps while they're on campuses. So that's the intent of the bill. And there's also other references I put in about NIH studies about the use of this technology and in preventing gambling, especially for those who are considered having habitual issues with gambling. And so one of the things we realize, and we have an amendment to address that, the way it was written up, it is not quite, wasn't quite explained that it is not the colleges that would have to build the geofencing. It is something, it's a technology that would be done. They would just designate themselves as a no gambling zone, and then you will work with the commission, the Sports Lottery Commission, to make sure that control is enforced by making sure the technology is available such that the apps that we have in Maryland, when someone tries to open them on a college campus, would be prohibited. Thank you for your time, and I hope to have a favorable vote on this legislation.
Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the bill, Delegate Queen. I found, I don't know if you got a chance, sometimes it's hard to look at the letters of opposition,
Yes.
the letters of information put in. I found it kind of almost jarring. So the Maryland Department of Health, government agency, is saying, yes, we need to do this. And not only do we need to do this, we need to extend the geofencing down to high schools, which, if I remember the law, like you can't do this gambling. It's illegal for you to do the gambling if you're under the age of 18, if you're a minor. But obviously some people are figuring out ways with online gaming to get around the best laid intentions of, the legislative scheme.
Mhm.
And then at the same time, the University of Maryland School of Medicine is saying have to do the bill. Online gambling is such a problem. But the University System of Maryland, which I thought that the University of Maryland Medical School was somewhat of a part of,
Mhm.
is saying that they're opposed to the bill because they can't do it logistically.
Yeah,
Do
so
you have
I
a
think-
sense of weaving those three Maryland entities
Yeah,
together
yeah.
into one coherent idea?
So that's the reason for the amendment. So the way it was written, it made it look as initially written, the bill looked as though it was written as though the schools had to perform, they had to acquire and get their own
Their own
geofencing.
technology.
Yeah,
Okay.
their own technology. So we corrected that, and that was never the intent. All they have to do is designate themselves as like they do a non-smoking zone, a non-gambling zone, and then the technology will be done by, acquired from the state, working with the commission that deals with gambling.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
So I
that.
think once they see that amendment, a lot of that opposition will go away.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Thank
Sure.
you.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate you bringing this bill forward. This really hits home for me as I have a young college student right now. And one of the disconcerting things when my daughter was in school with the kind of account that we had set up, I had to transfer everything over into her name. And she's the one that had access to the funds to pay whatever is coming her way as far as college expenses. And also when I was in school and you got those student loan payments or your loan money, you literally just sign the check and, here's all your money in your account. And then you're responsible for paying for those. And so it is very large amounts of money that we are talking about that students might not even see as like actual
Yeah, and that's
money
what the
that they
60
will have
minutes.
to pay back.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
60-minute article talks
Yeah.
about. Yeah, that's
Yes.
exactly what's happening.
Yes, so I really appreciate it. And but my question is actually simply, could you share some of the research and everything that you had with my office? Because this is
Okay.
an incredibly important to me. So
Sure,
thank
will
you.
do.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Doug, for bringing the bill forward. My only question is, I'm familiar with the geofencing, but I'm not familiar with how accurate it can be. So my concern would be if we're blocking out a college that's borders a road or highway or something, then across the street is a business or something, a bar or whatever. Could that be impacted negatively by this? Is there a degree of accuracy where it could be as limiting as just the campus?
It's pretty accurate. Saying across the street, that could be a little close, but it's pretty accurate, I would say. I mean, like I said, it's used right now when you cross the border. I know for sure you cross the border, cross that street right over into another state or another jurisdiction that doesn't have gambling. You pull that app up and it lets you know. It's as accurate as when you use your trying to find an address or something to get someplace. It's that kind of accuracy.
Okay, thank you. That answers the question. Fine.
Sure.
Delegate Ebersol, and I think this is putting Mr. Butler on the spot. But I think we have a question that you could maybe answer since you happen to be here from lottery. So if you don't mind coming up to the table. You can thank Delegate Ebersol for this.
Thank you, Delegate Ebersol. Thank would be an interesting word to use in this case. For the record, James Butler on behalf of the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Agency.
And thank you very much, first of all, Delegate Queen, for the bill. And thank you for being willing to come up and answer a question, because the question's around geofencing. Geofencing at the state line, who technically does that?
That is done by the operators.
The platforms themselves?
Correct.
So would it fall to them also to establish that same geofence when if we were to say you can't have it at University of Maryland, then MGM and Betfred and all the ones we named, they would have to establish geofences around those campuses, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's the whole question. Like,
Right.
How does it get done? And it's down to them to do it.
So if I understand the amendment correctly, Delegate Queen, she would establish under this amendment, there would be a geofence around the different colleges and universities. That's similar to what's done in the District of Columbia
Okay.
for their sports betting operation. There are a number of federal enclaves there. and the operators must put that into their geofencing so that betting is not permitted at the federal enclave. So it can be done, but it has to be done by the operators.
Have any of them weighed in? I would ask the sponsor, have any of them weighed in on that responsibility? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Appreciate that.
Thank you, no problem.
Any further questions for Delegate Queen? Okay, thank you, Delegate Queen.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing for House Bill 1087. We are going to skip. I do not see Delegate Rose. We are going to see, don't see the comptroller. I will call House Bill 954, Julia DeMarcisco. Come on up with Delegate Patterson, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members. Presenting House Bill 954 is Julia DeMarcisco. Julia is a sophomore at the University of Maryland. She's my intern and she's worked on this legislation, and I feel that she's able to present it. Please welcome her.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and Vice Chair Wilkins and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Julia DeMarcisco, an intern at Delegate Patterson's office. Delegate Patterson is the sponsor of House Bill 954, Gaming Instant Bingo Machine, Electronic Instant Bingo Machines, Paper Ticket Options. HB 954 is very simple. It requests that electronic machines offering a game of instant bingo provide a player the option to print a paper ticket for each game of instant bingo played, removing the requirement that instant bingo electronic machines must print paper tickets for every instant bingo game played. Currently, the law requires that machines to print a paper ticket with every single play, regardless of whether the player wins or not. In fact, if the player wins a game, the machine prints a different ticket, a voucher, that the player can take to a cashier to cash in their prize. Each machine has a tray at the bottom to collect these tickets, but some players choose to sit on a machine for long periods of time, accruing quite the stack of tickets that often fall and pile on the floor. The staff do their best to continually clean up, but sometimes it's not always possible. In fact, there was an accident where an elderly woman's cane slipped on some of these paper tickets. She was okay, but these paper tickets are virtually unnecessary and a waste of paper and staff resources. This bill will simply give a player the option whether they want to print the ticket or not. Again, this is not the winning voucher ticket. This will always print. I respectfully urge you to vote favorably for HB 954. Thank you for your consideration.
Good job. Thank you very much. Great job. Can I ask Jerry Evans to come forward and Nathan Benefiel?
Jason here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jerry Evans. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. I want to specifically thank Delegate Patterson for her sponsorship. I am Jerry Evans. I represent Bingo World in Anne Arundel County. This is one of the original bingo, commercial bingo operators in the state, employing hundreds of people while adding untold economic benefits to the community. We've been in business, I think, for over 40 years. We're asking for this bill because of the interpretation of 4 words in the current statute regulating bingo machines. 4 words. After an explosion of bingo machines through much of Southern Maryland, the General Assembly in its wisdom decided to cap the number of machines and freeze additional licenses. 12 years ago, the Maryland General Assembly passed Senate Bill 864 to address some of these concerns. In describing the attributes of a legal bingo machine, among other things, the newly grandfathered machines had to operate, and I quote, in the same manner as those in operation in 2007. These 4 words are why we're here today. Nowhere in these 4 words could anybody reasonably interpret those to require a ticket to be printed on each play. Please remember that if we had machines in operation prior to the enactment of Senate Bill 864 that did not print tickets on every play, we would be able to use those machines. Unfortunately, our machines all printed a ticket. In our view, in the same manner means that the machines must continue to be a bingo machine, as defined by the Court of Appeals, now the Supreme Court of Maryland, in the Chesapeake Amusement versus Riddle case. That case is what defines the difference between a slot machine and a bingo machine. Why do we need this bill? Only certain manufacturers make bingo machines that print tickets on every play. This then limits the number of machines we can have. We urge your favorable consideration of this bill. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Benefiel. I'm the president of Bingo World. I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 954. Bingo World has been offering bingo to the local community for approximately 70 years, but 40 years under our administration. We employ over 120 staff members, a diverse group with over 1/3 of our staff being minority employees. We strive to create a customer-friendly environment and have involved operations over the years where now, as mentioned, we include daily bingo sessions along with our electronic bingo machines. When Class 2 machines were introduced, the paper tickets effectively held barcodes that were vital to functionality, as those were scanned to determine the game's win or loss. However, advancements in technology now allow for computer servers to house this data, and the printed tickets now only provide a paper copy of what the players already view on the cabinet screens. The requirement to print the gameplay tickets with each game has effectively become burdensome and unnecessary. As mentioned, the accumulation of all these tickets on the floor can create an unsightly and hazardous environment for our customers as well. We devote a lot of time and effort to try to keep the environment clear of that, but it is a significant burden for us. The passage of this bill, it would allow our patrons the choice or the option to print the ticket or not print it. In doing so, we are hopeful that customer preference would lead to a reduction in the number of paper tickets and wastes produced. This would decrease total waste generated, improve the safety and appearance of our facility, and help reduce overhead around electronic bingo machine operations. Again, we are not seeking any changes to the gameplay or the ticket voucher system that customers use to track winnings or credits. Simply an option that will improve the experience for our business, customers, and the environment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on House Bill 954. I ask the committee to vote favorably. Just as a demonstration, I could only pull a portion. Extra tickets simply work their way straight to the trash from the machines, and we are going through tens of thousands of these daily.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 954. Madam Comptroller, House Bill 845.
Here, I promise this is the last time. It's just so fun. No. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for having me, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed members of the Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for allowing me some time to speak on behalf of HB 845, our final bill, and our bill to create an education and awareness fund to ensure Marylanders know that they are eligible for important individual tax credits when they file their taxes each year. So, one of the key tools that we as a state have to uplift low and moderate income Marylanders is the tax code. And throughout many sessions, many of which I was a member of this body, the General Assembly passed critical tax credits, the earned income tax credit, which we expanded, the child independent tax credit, the senior tax credit. Many of us were here when that passed. These tax credits are designed specifically to support low and moderate income Marylanders. But unfortunately, many of them do not do that because people do not claim them. In essence, what we want to do is close the gap between those who are eligible for those tax credits and those who actually claim the credits. So I want to highlight a specific tax credit, the EITC, around this, but know that this bill would apply to more than just the EITC. So for the EITC, According to the IRS, nationwide, approximately 1 in 5 taxpayers eligible for the EITC fail to claim it. Between 2013 and 2020, and depending on the year, somewhere between 21 and 26% of eligible Maryland taxpayers did not claim the federal EITC. And in recent years, Maryland has topped out at around 78% utilization rate. So we're leaving many hundreds of thousands of Marylanders are leaving money on the table. Using real tax year 2022 data, 451,532 Marylanders claimed the EITC. If we conservatively assume that Maryland will continue to have about a 78% utilization rate, that means there are close to 580,000 Marylanders that would be eligible. Or to put it plainly, our assumption is there's close to 130,000 Marylanders that are leaving money on the table because they don't know that they can apply for it. And I'm not going to go through the extensive math of the senior tax credit or their child or dependent tax credit, other than to say, when the legislation regarding the senior tax credit passed, it was estimated that more than 310,000 taxpayers would benefit. However, in tax year 2022, only 250,000 taxpayers receive the benefit, which again shows underutilization for seniors, all of whom live in our districts, and are our constituents. So this really builds on work that the General Assembly has done to create this type of awareness campaign and education fund to make sure that we can let people know. You know, you've seen other awareness campaigns, you know, the MDOT's Be the Driver campaign, MDH's Stop Overdose Maryland, Maryland Tourism Development's Open to It campaign, Move Over Maryland. There are many of these campaigns that the state has done, but we have never had one out of the Office of the Comptroller to let people know how they can qualify for these benefits, or how they can claim these benefits. I also want to add just how important the EITC is for Marylanders. We know that children who grow up in houses that claim the EITC have a higher high school graduation rate. In fact, the EITC was originally conceived as a way to get more single moms back into the workforce, and it has been incredibly powerful at ensuring that parents are working because then they can claim the credit. So for those and many other reasons, I hope that you will provide a favorable report on HB 845 to allow our agency to have the access to the resources we need to ensure we can close the gap between those who are eligible for these essential tax credits and those who actually claim them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am the Reverend Kobe Little, and President of the Maryland State Conference, and we're honored to sit at the table today with the Comptroller of Maryland, Brooke Learman, in support of House Bill 845. It's also great to see the Honorable Greg Weems, who is a past president of the Maryland State Conference of the NAACP. The NAACP knows the importance of efforts to create economic security. And we're grateful that this body has passed so many good pieces of legislation that create tax credits. Now, this is an opportunity to get the word out, to equip the comptroller with resources to do community engagement and to let people know that they're eligible and that they should apply for these tax credits. So for these reasons, we encourage you to continue building on the good work that has already been done and to give House Bill 845 a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Comptroller, for your efforts.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Robin McKinney. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the Cash Campaign of Maryland. Cash stands for Creating Assets, Savings, and Hope. And we help lots of people to get their taxes done every year for free. And it's been a little lonely, I got to be honest, on the EITC outreach and child tax credit outreach front. And we're really excited to support House Bill 845 to have a partner in government to be able to reach all those 440,000 plus people each and every year. The Cash Campaign and many many other folks have been doing this on our own, sort of with little bits of private funding, but we don't have access to the data, the support, the scale, the resources to be able to close this gap. A lot of folks ask us, why do people not apply for the EITC? Well, the EITC works. And that means that every few years, there's a lot of turnover as people increase their income, as they have different household status, or they have a dependent or not. And so because you have almost new eligibles every single year, people just don't know that they're eligible for it. And so we're leaving millions of dollars on the table. Through the leadership of this committee and the entire General Assembly, we've made things like the earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and senior tax credit really helpful. This money is going back into the local economy. It's not going to the Cayman Islands. It's being spent in our local communities on things that families need. And so with that, we urge a favorable report on House Bill 845.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Callie Shumitz with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. And we have been here in the past supporting these past expansions of the EITC and child tax credit and working in partnership with this committee. But we know that these powerful tax credits can only reduce poverty and help families make ends meet if people receive them. So that's why we are here in strong support of House Bill 845 as the next step towards that goal. About 1 in 4 Marylanders now who are eligible for the federal EITC don't receive it today, according to IRS data. We don't have that similar data for the state level tax credits. These tax credits are reaching similar populations, and we believe that there are tens of thousands of Marylanders missing out on these credits every year. And so that not only means that these families are missing out on funds that can help them afford rent, afford food, other basic needs. It also means that these dollars are not benefiting our economy. So we know families who are living paycheck to paycheck quickly spend funds at local businesses. There's one study that estimated that every dollar spent on the EITC generates about $1.25 in economic activity. So we believe the resources in House Bill 845 will provide the Comptroller's Office with the tools they need to help increase awareness and really make sure that the people who are eligible for these valuable credits are receiving them. So we'd ask for a favorable report on House Bill 845. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah, I did have, Madam Comptroller, if it's okay with you,
Yep.
one other person signed up favorable, Paul Schwartz with NARF. You can come up and then we'll get all the questions.
Sure.
You sit next to Mr.
You wanna come over?
Nettles on the end here, little on the end here.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
remembering me. I am Paul Schwartz, State Legislation Chair for the National Active and Retired Federal Employees, NARF. I have testified before this committee numerous times, too many to keep track, on such issues as senior migration to tax-friendly states, encouraging long-term care insurance, but it's always been to get a tax credit, This time, I testify in support of a bill, HB 845, which simply seeks to implement a campaign to identify and encourage individuals to apply for certain already existing tax credits for which they are eligible, but fail for whatever reason to claim. In other words, if eligible, it's their money we are looking to give them. We consistently hear about how overly complicated our income tax system is and how we need to streamline it. Here is an opportunity to help some individuals who may have become victim to that complicated system. We are very fortunate to have a comptroller who is extremely capable, intelligent, and maybe more importantly, dedicated and committed to the citizens of this state. Let's help her help those who need her help and give a favorable report for HB 845. Thank you.
I didn't pay him to say any of that.
Thank you. A couple questions. We will start with Delegate Plavkovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for jumping the gun earlier there. Madam Comptroller, thank you so much for this legislation and being here today. This seems like a really common sense idea. I'm very appreciative of it. I guess I'll preface my question with recognizing that the bill is broader than the EITC, but I'm curious about how this might interact with a piece of legislation that this committee and the General Assembly passed a couple of sessions ago to more proactively look for folks who are eligible for the EITC and then get them their refund. And I don't know if there's anything you might share on that front.
Sure. So, I mean, the bottom line is that this is the money to help do that. So there have been, there are other states that are already doing this work, and can serve as models for the work that we're doing. I think the legislation that we passed, or you passed, I can't remember if I was here then, several years ago, what it did was say, we need to more proactively, the comptroller's office needs to do work to make sure that we are letting people know about the EITC. We have ways that we, and we now have we work with employers, and employers have to notify any employees that they believe will qualify at the end of the year that they should apply for it. But we have no budget to be able to do any sort of outreach campaigns. And we've seen other states do some interesting things, like in Illinois, they did, the Illinois Department of Revenue actually sent letters to every person who received the federal EITC and then didn't claim the state EITC, and said, hey, you got to claim the state EITC, make sure you're claiming it. So we have ways that we could, and there are methods that other states are doing, other states who are given the funds to do this. In California, they have $20 million to notify folks every year of the EITC and credits like it. So that's what we're trying to do, is actually do the work that we're supposed to do. Yep. Thanks.
Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Comptroller, for the bill. Quick question. This is specifically direct outreach. This isn't like social media or TV or radio type of outreach and awareness as well?
No, I mean, it could be. It could, if we were, it doesn't specify in the bill. It's just dedicated to income tax credits and doing outreach around that. And I think, what we see, we have a more active social media presence now than previous administrations. And we see a lot of people really active on social media. And so I think we would want to both make sure people understand, and, we do that now. We talk about the EITC on social media, but we want to reach other people who are in other places as well, who don't happen to follow the Comptroller of Maryland Facebook page. I mean, there are those people who exist. And so we want to be able to do more than that. We ought to be able to do the targeted outreach, right? Because we can, based on the data we have, do some of that targeted outreach, but then we also want to couple it with broader outreach, working with partners like the Cash Campaign, the NAACP, and others to expand the materials that they can also get out to their members as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Comptroller, for this bill. This is a really important topic, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. My question is around, once people are aware of the possibility that they may get this tax credit, assistance in helping them apply for it, because as you know, sometimes we have unfortunately made things more administratively burdensome than they should be. So my question is, would this include assistance once they're aware? Do you feel like you already have existing capacity to assist folks, or would this fund include awareness of and assistance with applying?
Sure. It's a good question. It's a good credit, but it's a good question too. And so I think it's an important question. I would say we do not have the capacity in our office to help everybody who needs help. If any of you try to call our office today, please don't. People are waiting on the phone on hold because we don't have enough people. I think Robin would say the same thing. None of us have enough people to help everybody who needs help. So I think as part of an awareness campaign, we would want to also within that, especially if we're sending a letter to somebody saying, hey, you didn't apply for this, but we happen to think you're eligible, provide information on how to apply, how to access help, right? How to access our branch offices, how to access a Cash Campaign, NAACP, AARP, if they're seniors, but also how to, provide information on how to make sure they claim it as well. Ultimately, look, we have a complicated tax system in this country. And my hope is that, over the years, we're able to simplify things, make things more automatic. We're not there yet. And so right now we are moving to, out of COBOL into our online platform. But I think looking long-term, what we should, and what this committee can keep pushing, is to think about how we simplify things, how we lower barriers to make it easier for folks. So I think direct answer is we do not have enough resources in the agency to help everybody who needs it. And as part of this awareness campaign, we would also want to let people know how to access the credit.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Madam Chair. So one question about, you put $300,000 there. What's your estimated KPI? For example, how many people you're going to reach? Then how many probably money we're going to save for taxpayers? Do you have any estimation on that?
I don't have the numbers off of on what people would save for I don't have sort of the ROI for taxpayers. It's actually, I mean, it costs the state because we're sending out credits. But what we decided that this amount of money would be able to do would be to do some mailings, like targeted mailings, pay for postage, pay for printing, pay for design, in addition to working with some of our campaign some of our partners to coordinate more broader level campaign work as well. We're not going to be we're not going to have the funds to like buy billboards all over the state, right? I don't necessarily think that's the most effective way. We want to be as targeted as we can. And with this amount of money, I know it's not a small amount it is a small amount of money, relatively speaking, to sort of start to do that targeted outreach work. And this amount of money is what we believe is necessary to do that.
So how many people you're think about outreach?
Well, it depends on which tax credit you're talking about. So right now we think about 130,000 Marylanders are not claiming the earned income tax credit who could be eligible. We also think that probably around 70,000 Marylanders are not claiming the senior tax credit who could be eligible. So that's just, some rough numbers of folks that we want to do outreach to.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 845. Delegate Rose, House Bill 1107. Welcome back to your old stomping ground.
I'm going to say I'm back to my home of 6 years. Good to see everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry that I wasn't here earlier and I appreciate it. I will be brief. I know you have a long day ahead of you. House Bill 1107 is an income tax credit for spaying and neutering dogs and cats. And my wonderful staff member, Kira, I will let her do most of it because she really took this bill and ran with it. And I want to give her this opportunity. So basically, it would be a tax credit of $100 towards the cost of spaying and neutering your pets, which can generally cost between $350 and $1,500. And I know that this is a fiscal year and it's got a large fiscal note, so I certainly would be open to friendly amendments that would maybe reduce that fiscal note. But with that being said, I ask for your favorable report. I very much appreciate our minority leader and fellow delegate Jason Buckles supporting of this bill. And I will turn it over to my wonderful staff member, Kira.
Thank you, Delegate. Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Kira Bender, and while I work for Delegate Tomlinson and Delegate Rose, today I stand before this esteemed committee, not in my official capacity, but as another concerned Marylander offering my testimony. Last year, I embarked on a quest to find an affordable, low-cost clinic to have my dog neutered, a recommendation echoed by our veterinarian and emphasized by icons like Bob Barker at the close of each of his episodes. What I discovered was disheartening. Spay and neuter services were not only prohibitively expensive, but low-cost clinics were scarce and inaccessible to many Marylanders. As a responsible pet owner, I understand the importance of spaying and neutering to control pet populations and promote animal welfare. However, the financial barriers faced by many individuals prevent them from accessing these crucial services. The proposed bill offering a $100 tax credit to individuals who choose to spay or neuter their cats or dogs is a step in the right direction towards addressing this issue. According to Spay USA, each day an estimated 70,000 puppies and kittens are born every day in the US alone. By incentivizing responsible pet ownership through financial assistance, this bill not only promotes the health and well-being of individual animals, but also contributes to the broader goal of reducing pet overpopulation and the strain on animal shelters and rescue organizations. Moreover, it recognizes the financial challenges faced by many Marylanders and provides tangible support to ensure that all pet owners, regardless of their economic status, can fulfill their responsibilities while filling in the gaps of low-cost clinic blackouts across the state. This tax credit not only benefits individual pet owners, but also has far-reaching implications for our communities and the state as a whole. By reducing the number of unplanned litters and stray animals, we can alleviate the burden on animal control agencies and taxpayer-funded shelters, freeing up resources to address other pressing needs. Additionally, fewer animals roaming the streets means decreased risk of public health concerns and fewer instances of pet-related nuisances in our neighborhoods. In conclusion, I urge this committee to support HB 1107 for tax credit for individuals who spay and neuter their cats and dogs. Thank you for considering my testimony, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, Delegate Rose, I want to share some, I'm appreciating the fact that the minority leader, as a new cat owner himself, fully supports this, supports this bill. Just real quick. So don't most shelters require that a dog be fixed before you can adopt them? Sorry, I lost my place here in my question. But isn't that already considered in this?
Yes, thank you, Delegate. Most shelters and organizations do require that dogs and cats be fixed before you can adopt them. But in return, this can create a cycle of other issues within the state and for pet owners in the future. So there have been studies done, one specifically from the National Library of Medicine, that fixing, spaying, and neutering cats or dogs, specifically dogs, too early can cause serious health problems in the future. Early neutered males and females are more likely to get hip dysplasia and cranial cruciate ligament tears, and those can cost thousands to fix for the future. And also, there's a certain timeline of when you're supposed to get a dog neutered. Too early can cause problems, but also can too late. So if you're on the wait list for a low-cost clinic, which can be months, and you miss the time frame, for instance, late neutered females have a higher chance of getting hemangiosarcoma, which is a cancer. So yes, shelters do, but they neuter dogs as young as 3 months, which can cause heavier financial burdens in the future.
And if I can add, there are a lot of great organizations, one in particular, the China Rescue Dogs Foundation. They bring dogs over routinely, a lot of golden retrievers, which are my personal favorite, but a lot of dogs from China who do not treat their pets very well. They are volunteer driven and they operate on donations. So while they do help place animals, I believe the cost of the spaying and neutering would fall on the potential owner. So we definitely want to keep bringing those dogs over here and finding them good homes. And this would be a small part to help in that process.
Well, on behalf of myself and Cat Dad, Delegate Jason Buckle, thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you, Delegate Rose. And that concludes the hearing on House Bill 1107. Delegate Feldmark, House Bill 1067. And Mr. Griffin is a new father for the second time.
Correct. Thank you. Yes.
Yay.
Tired, so
If you doze
I-
off during your testimony, we
I might say
understand.
wild things like favorable.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark, here to present House Bill 1067. Now, if I were to sit here and tell you that I have a very simple bill on the digital advertising gross revenues tax, I could understand your skepticism. This is a tax which had a very healthy and not so simple debate. It is currently the subject of some not so simple litigation. But this bill itself is quite simple. So when all the dust settles from the pending litigation, what this bill aims to do is simply put it in line with other taxes in terms of the internal administrative appeal process that is available in the comptroller's office. So it is shockingly simple for a bill on this topic. But with that, I will welcome any questions and ask for your favorable report.
Thank you, Madam's Chair, Madam's Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew Griffin here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, urging your favorable report on House Bill 1067. I want to appreciate the delegate for bringing this forward. So this is a very simple bill. This is a process bill. So this creates parity between the digital advertising tax, I'll call it the dagger tax, and 9 other types of common taxes, tax assessments. And so the easiest way to think about this is an example. So if you as a taxpayer receive an assessment for, let's say, income tax, or a business receives it for sales tax or motor fuel tax, you retain the right to ask the comptroller to say, hey, I think the assessment was wrong. Can you look at that again? Or, hey, I want to file a claim for a refund. So when the General Assembly passed the dagger tax, they did not include that tax as eligible for that internal hearing process. This bill simply adds that to the list of taxes eligible for an internal hearing. The idea behind this, currently, those who are filing an appeal or asking for a reassessment are having to appeal directly to tax court, which, as you can imagine, can be quite costly, both for the taxpayer, but also the state. And so if there is a chance to avoid some of that with an internal hearing, we figured we should give it a first chance there, but certainly not saying they may end up in tax court to begin with. So I'll conclude there. I'm happy to take questions and urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Delegate Buckle.
Madam Chair, so if we do the bill, people who are getting subject to the digital advertising tax going forward in new or next taxable years, they'll be able to utilize the same process as basically everybody else who has a tax appeal issue.
That's correct.
There was a lot of litigation a year or two ago. Does it affect those parties? I remember some court decisions that said some of the parties were thrown out. They filed an injunctive proceeding and then they were thrown out because I believe the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals said you have to go to the tax court first. Mm-hmm. Would that affect those cases? It wouldn't, I assume, but it would affect them for new years of new tax assessment.
That's correct. So so this bill is prospective for new tax assessments. So any existing assessment is going to stay in whatever state that may be. And for those that have filed and maybe their appeal was denied, some have paid. There are a host, maybe 15, who are in the tax court currently. I think there's roughly 15 cases in the tax court currently that are still pending. Those will all remain in the state that they're currently in, but for new assessments going forward.
Where do you go if you go through this process, this sort of administrative adjudication process within the comptroller's office, and you're still aggrieved, you don't believe that they've ruled, because the comptroller's office is saying these are highly sophisticated constitutional issues. Mm-hmm. You obviously have to have you're going to have one ruling eventually that says either it's constitutional or it's not, because it's not constitutional for me and unconstitutional for you. If it's unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional for everybody. So how do you go through this process, and then if you're aggrieved, do you then go to the tax court or do you go to the circuit court?
So this bill does not contemplate the constitutionality question. It is solely for, I'm asking for either a reassessment. I'm saying, hey, you've charged me too much or too little, or I'm asking for a refund, a claim for a refund, and that you owe me money because I overpaid.
So it's an accounting type situation.
Correct. This only impacts those two circumstances.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1067. Delegate Feldmark, House Bill 1068.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While my panel joins me, I will once again, for the record, state I am still Delegate Jessica Feldmark. So thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and colleagues. It is my pleasure to be presenting House Bill 1068. Organ transplant surgery is a marvel of modern medicine. Choosing to donate your organs is a marvel of humanity. Allowing your organs to save others' lives when they can no longer serve you is an act of unparalleled generosity and compassion. For most of us, it's a question we simply don't spend much time thinking about. In fact, many people may only think about it when the question is posed when they renew their driver's license. So that used to be every 5 years, but now with Real ID, it's only every 8 years. With an ever-growing waiting list of Marylanders in need of life-saving donated organs, we need to increase awareness and participation, which means we need to be presenting more options to become an organ donor, not fewer. House Bill 1068 would give Marylanders the option to register as an organ donor through a simple checkoff box when they file their taxes each year. Now, we are currently working on amending the bill. Although the comptroller supports the spirit of this legislation, there are some unresolved concerns regarding implementation. We had hoped that pushing the effective date back 3 years, which we did in the bill, would allow sufficient time to work out these implementation concerns, but the comptroller's office is not confident that their concerns would be resolved within that time frame. So we are continuing conversations with the comptroller's office and other stakeholders and hope to propose an amendment to the committee soon. I look forward to any questions you may have, and will turn it over to my panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Lisa Spicknell, and I'm the Executive Director for Donate Life Maryland. Thank you, Delegate Feldmark, for bringing forward this important legislation on our behalf. On behalf of Donate Life Maryland and the more than 2,200 Marylanders awaiting a life-saving organ transplant, thank you for your continued support of organ and tissue donation. I'd like to give you a little bit of history on Donate Life. In 2007, the Maryland Donor Registry was established under Estates and Trust Code 4-516. This also established the cooperation between the Donor Registry and the Motor Vehicle Administration for the purpose of transferring all relevant information regarding a donor, enrolling, amending, or revoking their anatomical gift to the Donor Registry. This system was the most effective way for donor registrations across the state, seeing approximately 2.2 million of the current 2.8 million Marylanders registered across the state. Although with the implementation of Real ID, Marylanders are no longer required to renew their license every 5 years, upping that to every 9 years. This extended period for renewal removes the donor designation question from people's minds and places the over 2,200 Marylanders currently on the transplant waiting list at a much greater potential for not receiving that phone call. Due to the several years between license renewals, Marylanders are no longer given the option to either opt in or to opt out of becoming an organ and tissue donor. Modeled after Michigan's recent House Bill 4363 passing in 2023, House Bill 1068 would enable an individual to designate their willingness to be an organ donor on their annual state income tax return. This would require the state individual tax return to contain a space for the taxpayer to indicate their willingness to participate in the Maryland Donor Registry, similarly to being asked at the Motor Vehicle Administration. We sincerely appreciate the legislature's support of our efforts and your role in helping us save lives and honor donor families and the very grateful recipients whose lives are changed through organ and tissue donation. And we ask for a favorable report for House Bill 1068.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Co-Chair in the Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for having us. My name is Karen Kennedy. I'm the Vice President of External Affairs for Infinite Legacy. Infinite Legacy is the federally designated organ procurement organization that serves the state of Maryland. Our teams have the privilege of working with every acute care hospital in the state to coordinate all aspects of organ, eye, and tissue donation. And we have the solemn honor to sit beside families facing the loss of their loved ones. We see the comfort, solace, and sense of hope it provides families when they know their loved one had designated their intent to be a donor. Expanding the opportunities for Marylanders to designate their intent ensures their intent is honored, their family can honor their legacy, and more Marylanders on the waiting list can receive that gift of life. And we respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Hannah Garagiola with Compass Advocacy. I think the delegate did a really great job framing, as well as the panel. I represent Infinite Legacy and Donate Life Maryland, and we believe that this is a really important conversation to have now that you're not going to the MVA, which I'm not complaining about, as frequently. You're not thinking about whether or not you want to opt in or opt out. And so the problem is that the donor roles aren't as accurate as they should be. And so as we work sort of through the issues with this bill and the comptroller, and we thank her, she's been very transparent, and we have worked with her and Delegate Feldmark every step of the way. We just want the committee to be aware that this is something that was kind of an unintended consequence for Real ID. And as Lisa stated, there are 2,200 Marylanders on the waiting list for an organ transplant. So with that, we hope the committee looks favorably on House Bill 1068.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1068. Delegate Hartman, House Bill 1064. You had 3 folks signed up favorable. Do you want them to come up? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Wayne Hartman with House Bill 1064. Bill's titled Income Tax Subtraction Modification for Death Benefits for a Law Enforcement Officer and Firefighters. In simple terms, the bill would exempt from state tax a death benefit paid by a city or a county. Right now, if a line of duty death is paid by state or federal, it's already tax exempt. So let me ask you, how many of you remember where you were June 12th, 2022? Probably not many of you can remember, but I can assure you, Dashika Hilliard and her family remember that day all too well. Our first responders and many people in the community. The Corporal Hilliard, Wycomico County deputy at the time, was gunned down during a foot chase. And it's hard. I don't know how you do it. It was a tough day for our community. What made it tougher was when the death benefit was paid, it was taxed. So, you know, Tashika's wondering how she's going to take care of her family. And then she knows she has a $500,000 benefit coming from the county, and $182,000 taken in tax. $40,000 from the state, $141,000 federal. My understanding is if we have a way for the state tax to be, forgiven, then the federal would follow suit. This bill would make it retroactive to December 31st, 2021. It would. So with the retroactive, it would take care of Tashika's family. So I have a picture on your desk. It's Tashika's family. Put a face with it, and I think with that, I'll leave it. Okay. Right.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, honorable committee members, my name is Ryan Whittington. I'm a firefighter in Wycomico County, and I also represent Ocean City firefighters and paramedics. Today, I sit before you to discuss House Bill 1064 and the direct impact that this has on first responders and their families. As a first responder and leader of firefighters and paramedics, I've seen firsthand that the death of a first responder is very hard on the spouse, on the children, on the coworkers, but especially the family. The family faces a sudden severe financial burden. There's funeral costs, there's loss of income, and the needs for the family continue even after the death. The principle here, as I was thinking about this and what Ms. Hilliard went through, the principle is simple yet powerful. Death is stressful, death is expensive, death should not be taxed. The benefits that you have the opportunity to give is more than just monetary assistance, but yet it's a symbol of your gratitude and support from our entire state to our first responders who have made a sacrifice. I ask that you consider voting in favor of House Bill 1064.
Good afternoon. My name is Tashika Hilliard, and I'm the widow of Corporal Glenn Hilliard, who, as Delegate Hartman said, was brutally murdered on June 12th, 2022. Glenn was chasing a criminal who had an extensive record and who was very violent, who had a warrant, and Glenn was attempting to serve the warrant. Minutes before Glenn jumped out of his vehicle, he had texted me and asked me how I was doing and that he would call me when he cleared the call. About an hour later, there were police who showed up to my doorstep, obviously to notify me. Glenn was doing what he loved to do when he died. He was doing absolutely what he loved to do. His job was his life. His career was his life. His family was his life. About 48 hours after Glenn passed away, the Wycomico County Council and the sheriff presented me with the check. And at the time, I was a full-time nursing student. Glenn had 18 months prior allowed me to resign from my job to be able to go to school full-time to be a nurse. When the sheriff presented me with the check, I immediately remembered conversations that Glenn had told me about the collective bargaining agreement and about how much we would get as a family and that we would be taken care of. Those conversations I've held on to be my strength. Many conversations with Glenn I've held on to. But 6 months after I got this check and I was notified that it would be taxed, I felt like those conversations were ripped from me because at that point, I felt like I didn't know what Glenn would be thinking. I didn't know, I felt like having those conversations before, I would know what his thought process was. And his thoughts were, he was going out, doing the job he loved, protecting his community because he didn't have to be fearless because he knew his family was going to be taken care of. It's been a shock and a struggle, and all I'm thinking about are my children and what Glenn's thoughts were when he knew that we would get this money. I'm asking for this bill to be passed, and I thank Delegate Hartman for presenting it today. Sorry I took so long.
My name is Paul Ellington. I'm here representing the Worcester County Commissioners, and out of your respect for your time and Ms. Hilliard's words, I would simply just ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I wanted to say that I just didn't want another family to have to go through what I've gone through for the past 12 months. And this would not only, it's not just for me, it's something way bigger than me. And I want for law enforcement and firefighters who may suffer the same way to not have to deal with it. I'm sorry.
And I truly hope we don't have to use this again, but unfortunately, we probably will. The fiscal note is minimal.
First, thank you for coming down here. I know this is not around the corner for you and sharing your story with us and what happened with you to your husband with us. and your girls and your rest of your family and you are in our thoughts and prayers. We're not part of your community there, but I do recall when this happened, and I'm sure everyone else sitting up here does too. So we appreciate you taking the time to come down here and meet with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you, Delegate Hartman.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1064, House Bill 868, Delegate Ebersol. You have, is Kaylee Locklear here? You have Rebecca Mullins and Marta Harding and Kaylee Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of this committee. Said yesterday was my first one, and now I'm past that. This bill is a bill that is a tax bill. Again, I'm delving into a lane that I don't usually move into. This one actually applies to, I treat it as an environmental bill. We have a lot of electronics and we turn them over pretty often. My iPhone gets, I'm old and I say to my kids, really every 3 or 4 years, I have to turn in my phone and get a new one. I think it should last as long as the phone did in my kitchen, but it doesn't, okay? So oftentimes when we're buying a phone, we can turn in the old one and actually get a reduced price for the trade-in value of that phone. And there is a company, and Mr. Mullins is here with me, that refurbishes those phones. And so by offering to take the cost of that phone off of the sale price of the new phone, and therefore not including it in sales tax, we would encourage people to bring them along and help to get a little more money off. And perhaps those phones then will end up being refurbished rather than placed in a trash can and therefore in the dump. And this applies to a lot of devices, and I'm hopeful that we can actually encourage people to do that with this tax break. And with that, it's going to be a long day and I'm done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members of the committee, my name is Grant Mullins and I'm with Assurion. We're the world's largest tech services company based out of Nashville, Tennessee. While the majority of states allow trade-in value to be deducted from gross sales price when calculating sales tax, Maryland is in the minority of jurisdictions that don't allow that. Here in Maryland, that really only comes into play with your automobile or your watercraft. If enacted, this bill would eliminate a regressive tax burden, make the tax code fair, and bring Maryland into alignment with the mainstream of American tax policy in other jurisdictions. Furthermore, this bill would be good for the environment, allowing consumers to deduct the value of their electronic devices at trade-in for sales tax purposes incentivizes consumers to get those old electronic devices that we all have accumulating in our junk drawers out of their homes and into the hands of retailers. And almost uniformly, once the retailer gets those trade-in devices, they are recycled in an environmentally responsible manner. Otherwise, we all know what happens. Those devices get thrown away during a move or when that drawer gets a little too full and they end up in landfills. And I know e-waste has been something that the leadership of this state's been concerned with for good reason for a number of years now. In closing, I will say one thing about the fiscal note. The fiscal note came in at $20 million. We do think, based upon our own data with our Maryland consumers, that is pretty inflated. We really think that's closer to about a quarter of what the actual impact would be. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions or pass along to other panelists.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are in support of this legislation. I don't want to be repetitive here. We have a lot of people testifying today. 3 points. The majority of states already do this. Essentially, this is double taxation occurring here as somebody already paid sales tax on that first good. So we're going to be supportive of an effort like this. And thirdly, we also believe that the fiscal note is incorrect. And I do want to notate the fiscal note itself actually says that a more precise fiscal note could not be developed due to a lack of data. We're glad to help with that. But we also believe that $20 million number is very costly and is not accurate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marta Harding, on behalf of Ashurian, who you've heard from. I want to speak just briefly. We are signed in favorable with the amendment. There is an amendment that I believe that the sponsor has been drafting as we speak. And just to clarify, that actually would narrow the bill somewhat. What it would make clear is that the credit would not apply if the amount of the trade-in value is not known at the point of sale and actually shown on the receipt. If you go to a service provider, the actual telecom company, to buy your phone and enter into a contract for your service, typically that is not done in the form of an offset to the price of the new phone. It is built into your service over 3 years. So the credit really wouldn't apply or shouldn't apply in that context. And this amendment just makes that clear. So that is another way in which we think that the fiscal note would even be reduced further. And then just finally, briefly, just to remind the committee, as the committee is well aware, the sales tax is a regressive tax. So by taxing this additional amount that the consumer is not actually paying, the lower the income consumer, the harder that hits them. And the flip side of that is if you pass that bill, it will benefit proportionately lower income consumers more than higher income. So for those reasons and those you've heard, we ask for a favorable.
And Madam Chair, if I just may show off my mathematical skills for a moment. Since the fiscal note has gotten so much attention, I assiduously avoided talking about it. There it is again for you. Thank you. But actually $20 million in sales tax would mean that there were $333 million in electronic equipment turned in. That would result in $20 million in sales tax savings. I don't know. That seems like a very large number to me. $333,333,333.33. There you go. I'm done.
Thank you for that, Delegate.
I can't help it.
Any questions from the committee? Yeah, Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for not only the bill, but your math lessons as well.
I did it with a calculator, just so you know, okay?
So I believe my question is actually for Mr. Mullins, because you mentioned so Delegate Ebersol gave us what it would take to get to the 20 million, but you mentioned data that you have suggesting a smaller number. Can you expand on that a little bit? And is that data you could share with the committee?
Sure, absolutely. So in Maryland, we have about 2.5 million subscribers. It's almost half the state. Of that 2.5 million on a given year, we only have about 110 to 125,000 of those subscribers who are turning in any device. Our average value of a device traded in on the high side is about $350, which would result in a gain to the consumer of over $20 per device. But if you take those numbers and extrapolate that out to the greater population, that's how I reach the point of saying this is really more to about a quarter, maybe up to a third. But again, with the amendment, and if you think this is also going to increase traffic and sales at retailers, which of course increases the sales tax coming into state coffers, that's an additional offset that I just don't think was contemplated when this fiscal note was drafted.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 868, Delegate Ebersol, House Bill 1159. And you have Brandon Bradley and Kenneth Hunt.
Everyone. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you again. We're going to change gears and talk about gambling for a moment. There are many kinds of machines across the state that look like video lottery terminals. There are bingo machines. There are the ones that are actually in the casinos, and then there are ones called ITLMs, which are instant ticket lottery machines. They're supposed to be and often are similar to a scratch-off ticket, but you do get a tab out of it, which is relevant to Delegate Patterson's bill, that at the bingo machines, we don't need to, but these you pull it out, but you also see on the screen whether you've won or lost. These machines are principally, and right now only, in veterans organizations. They can have 5 machines in each one here on the Western Shore. Please do not ask me to explain to you why they're not on the Eastern Shore and what is on the Eastern Shore. I'll tell you they're called gray machines, and that'll be enough because they're not the subject of this bill. What we would like to do is we would like to change the way some of the money is moved around from the veterans ones, and we would like to expand the availability of them to what we have referred to as graduate organizations. This would be specifically, for example, some of the Divine Nine in this case could now have machines at their facilities. And we have also set up a system where that money would be used for various things, including a homeless fund and a number of things, other things. There's not a lot of money involved here, but actually ultimately, and if you're looking at the fiscal note, you should turn in farther to page 4, where there's a more sort of accurate assessment of how much money this would bring into the state and also where it would go. When we set it up for the graduate groups, we said they needed to use the funds they realized, since they are indeed associated with the college concept, for scholarships and possibly for capital improvements to their facilities. We wanted to make sure they weren't just using it for administration or something like that. So it's an expansion, but a small one. And with that, I'll close.
Let me introduce.
Just leave it. Yeah,
Let me introduce myself. My name is Brandon Bradley, and I'm here to represent the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks. I represent nearly 20,000 elks across the state of Maryland. It's a big honor to be here. Elks across the state of Maryland has shaped communities by donating hours to less fortunate, volunteering at veterans hospitals, supporting first responders, and mentoring the youth to be their best. Even at the height of the pandemic, our Elks Lodges were able to contribute more than $6.4 million back to the community through volunteer hours, miles driven, cash and non-cash donations. This year, I'm pleased to say at the end of 2023, we were able to give back $9.2 million back to our communities. Everyone always says we should strive to do better, and I can stand before this committee and say it as Elks, we're committed to our communities, and that means doing everything in our power to make our communities better. House Bill 1159 will allow Elks Lodges and other fraternals on the Western Shore to continue to provide to their community through ITLMs located within our lodges and facilities. These machines will also give the state's funds to support programs that are important to organizations like the Elks. These programs include, but aren't limited to, single parent veterans, placing female veterans in a safe home, and assisting veterans who have become victims of domestic violence. Supporting House Bill 1159 will allow lodges in the state of Maryland to continue the work they are already doing today. It will increase the charity that is being spread throughout communities in Maryland. Charities that come in the form of helping a child with a disability gain access to a much needed ramp, providing iPads to veterans at Green Street Hospital, and simply saying thank you to our first responders over a home cooked meal. I and the 20,000 Elks I represent would appreciate support and a favorable vote.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Vice Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. My name is Kenneth Hunt. I'm the president of Maryland Delaware District of Columbia Moose Association. The Order of Moose is a fraternal, not-for-profit organization founded in 1888 on the belief that every child has a right to an education of the head and heart and a safe environment. Moose Heart is our child city located outside of Chicago on a 1,000-acre campus. Moose Haven is our retirement community for our seniors in Jacksonville, Florida. The third part of our mission is community service, which I'd like to talk about today. Our community service in Maryland takes on many subjects with several parts. Special Olympics, safe service, where we have kids' IDs for children and seniors. Youth awareness, where we recruit high school students to go out in their communities to mentor 4 to 9-year-old students on various topics affecting their lives. Students are rewarded with association scholarships for their efforts and a chance to earn a more at a Moose International level competition. Our Heart of Community Service program includes partnerships with Special Love and an organization for children with cancer. We raise funds to purchase wreaths for the annual Wreaths Across America program and organize volunteers for placing on graves in our veteran cemetery. Our members volunteer their time at hospitals, nursing homes, senior centers, and schools. We provide activities for our veterans at the Charlotte Halls Veterans Home. Our association has 23 lodges with nearly 19,000 members all over the state of Maryland, from Columbia down to Southern Maryland. To the efforts of our lodges and chapters, our Maryland end of the year report for 2022-23, we're able to donate $619,174.06, and 3,029 members provided service hour value of $416,134.38 for a total of $1,047,127.24. We want to do so much more. Pandemic forced many lodges closed temporarily, some never reopened. Like everyone in this country, inflation has increased our cost to operate our lodge. This leaves us less assets to achieve our goals to serve our community. Active bill will give us another means to raise funds for our active and fraternal goals. Thank you for this attention to this. We hope you will support the bill HB 157.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Delegate, I have a couple questions. One, and I'm just taking a look at the bill, so I have not read it in depth.
Neither have I. That's not true.
No,
I'm just joking.
Are the number of machines that could be issued, is it limited?
5 for each facility.
5 per facility, but you're not limiting the number
No,
of
there,
facilities.
and it's always a question of how many would take advantage of it. There are costs involved, and there's clerical things that need to be done with state lottery and gaming. So we've never been clear. There is in the fiscal note, there is a listing that there could be 300 eligible. I don't believe that they would all take it up.
Okay. So on page 2, where you define on line 4 fraternal organizations, because you have 3 members of the Divine Nine, me and my sorority sisters to my right.
Right.
Even though we're wearing red, we normally wear pink and green. And we got a Q who wears the purple and gold.
I should have
over here.
worn some colors today. I'm really pretty plain. Didn't think about that.
And we got a Delta over here. We still love her though.
Yeah.
Oh, don't throw up your sign. Don't throw up your sign. And you got a Delta over here. So I'm sorry. I'm just focused on my swords.
No, let's have some fun here. Come on.
But so do you have the bill in front of you?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
So on page 2, line 4, 3, I guess that's an I don't know. Fraternal organization means a nonprofit organization that, and if you jump down to number 2, it says is independent and the membership of which comprises solely graduate members of a nationwide fraternity or sorority. So members of the Divine Nine, and I understand you don't want these on college campuses, right?
That was part of this.
But I think it needs to be tweaked because our membership is not solely graduate members. We have undergraduate members. So it would need to be clarified that these could only be permitted by graduate members. But just me and my Laura hat reading that would exclude all the Divine Nine, which I know is not what you're trying to do.
Correct. And my lack of knowledge of the Divine Nine, since I'm not a member of any of them, for clear reasons, means that perhaps that's true. This is actually a bill that was planned to be introduced by one of the members who's now a senator. Okay, he was here on this committee last year.
Oh, yes.
And so
okay.
this is a definition
Senator
that he
Nick Charles.
used, and I had the faith that would be true.
Oh, Alonzo.
No.
Nick Charles.
Nick Charles,
Okay.
yes. We're allowed to say names. I forget that here, that we're allowed to say names. So that definition comes from him. You're correct that we wanted graduate level the title was to keep undergraduates out. And there is language in the bill that says that it can't be in a building that's on a campus or associated with a campus, but perhaps it's not important to define them that way. And I think that's a suggestion that certainly the chair of the subcommittee is going to have some expertise on also. And I defer.
Okay, that's my only question. Any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, you do have a couple unfavorable, excuse me. Thank you, gentlemen.
You do.
Hannah Gargiola and Marta Harding.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Marta Harding. I'm here on behalf of MGM National Harbor in respectful opposition to the bill. You should have in front of you joint written testimony from MGM and other state casinos in opposition to the bill. At its core, these machines are indistinguishable from slot machines to the ordinary user. And if you want proof of that, I'd encourage you to go and look at the lottery's website. They've got a page dedicated to the ITLM program that has some pictures of these machines. And honestly, you can't tell the difference. And then they have details about the machines that include that they have attention grabbing animations that feature spinning reels. They have multi-bet options. They had ticket in, ticket out functionality, stereo sound, a progressive feature that can build up large jackpots. In other words, accumulate winnings and replay them. Again, in all, they are indistinguishable from slot machines in our view. The bill would authorize up to 1,200 of these machines across the state. 1,200 machines is more than 3 of the state's casinos have in VLTs. So that is a pretty significant addition. And admittedly, that's if all of them are implemented, but there's no limit up to that. All of them could, and that could be the number. There's no way around that these compete with the VLTs at casinos. And we think that's against the state's interest in 2 ways. First of all, the state's interest in maximizing casino revenue in order to support the important state objectives of public education, the Education Trust Fund that casino revenue supports. And then also it undercuts the state's interest in ensuring that we have robust, responsible gaming programs in place, like the voluntary exclusion lists that are in place at casinos and that are under the regulation of the state lottery. Just for example, MGM last year ejected over 160 people from the casino that were on the voluntary exclusion list and were in the casino. So for those reasons, with due respect to the sponsor and to these great organizations and the work they're doing, we just don't think this is the right way to support their efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Hannah Garagiola with Compass Advocacy here today on behalf of Live Casino. You have the casino's joint testimony in your folder. I also just wanted to point out that a lot of the proponents of the bill were talking about all of the charitable organization and charitable work that they do. Well, the legislature in their infinite wisdom set up when they first brought about casinos, the local impact grants that works carefully with the county to decide based on need, which programs deserve county funding. And Live Casino based in Anne Arundel County has given just in FY23, $5 million in local impact grants, including the Veterans Resource Center, Loving on Our Seniors, turning houses into homes, and several other nonprofit organizations that this bill is seeking to help only in a safeguarded, more controlled way. And so with that, Madam Chair, respectfully, Live Casino urges an unfavorable report.
Any questions from the committee? I have a question. Well, one, I am looking at the machines and they do look like slot machines. And yeah, they do. And they call them gaming machines. So, I don't know what to say about that. But so my question is, if these machines were just put at a location where a fraternity or sorority has, so that's if they have a location, wouldn't they be being used by those members or by if the fraternity or sorority had an event there? So it's not necessarily like the general public is coming in and out of there to use the machines. It's really, okay, if my chapter of my sorority is having an event at this location, so the members go in there for meetings, we have a social, then we're using them, or if we have some other larger event, depending on how big our venue is. So I don't see it necessarily as taking away from the general public that would necessarily go to a casino. So do you have a comment about that?
I guess I don't see that limitation in the bill, and I confess I may not know the way that fraternal organizations work or whether they would be permitted to have public events, but I don't think the law itself precludes it, and even limited, it would still compete with the with slot machines at casinos. So I think there would still be a concern there.
And I believe, Madam Chair, in the fiscal note, it does say that other gaming revenues will decrease.
Okay, Delegate I will just say, obviously I'm familiar with the Divine Nine. I'm not familiar with other fraternal organizations, although I believe they work similarly in that they're just not open for the general public. They're just not. That would defeat the purpose of being a member of one of these organizations, quite frankly. Delegate Henson.
Thank you, Ms. Gargiola, for the testimony on behalf of Live Casino. I just wanted to make sure I was clear in the record. You mentioned the $5 million in the local impact grants. Those grants, they are in a very tight radius surrounding the casino. So let's say, for instance, District 30A, Annapolis and the surrounding parts of Anne Arundel. They don't get the benefit of any of those grants. Is that correct?
So I'm looking at their report from the county, Delegate Henson, and it does look like there are several in your district. I'll circle back with them, and I would like to share this with you because it does look like some organizations based in Annapolis were the recipients of their grants.
I would appreciate that and appreciate ways to understand how, if we are going to, if the rationale behind not supporting a bill like this is that we don't want to take away from that opportunity for our casinos to have revenue that they can share out to great organizations. I would want to make sure that as they are sharing that revenue with great organizations in the area, that the impact is widespread in the counties and in the areas where we do have our casino.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1159. Is Delegate Allen? Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, didn't see you. Come on up. Who would you like to bring up? I have Ann Seacott, Mary Drexler, Rob Gargiola, Kenneth Wolfson, Mark Stewart, and Adam Joseph. You just have to pass the mics down or flip seats.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Nick Allen. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 1029, which is cross-filed in the Senate with my senator and today's birthday girl, Senator Kathy Klausmeyer. This is a new and improved version of a very similar bill that you all heard last year. And I thank the senator and all my supporters here for their partnership. So as we all know, in Maryland, we've steadily expanded the ways people can legally gamble. And as we've done so every time, the General Assembly has simultaneously ensured a funding stream to address the problems that arise for people who cannot limit their participation via the Problem Gambling Fund. In legislation passed back in 2007, we ensured funding will go to the Problem Gambling Fund with the allowance of slot machines or video lottery terminals. In 2012, we ensured funding would go to the Problem Gambling Fund when we expanded to table games. And the most recent expansion into sports betting and fantasy gaming it neglected to create an effective funding stream with this expansion. So that's what this bill seeks to address. That's what we sought to address last year as well. If you may recall from last year, the version previously, the funds for the Problem Gambling Fund came directly from the state's gaming revenues, which in turn meant that it was actually coming from the blueprint, and obviously nobody wants that. This year's version of the bill channels money to the Problem Gambling Fund in two different ways. First, it requires 1% of state lottery funds that currently go to the general fund to be diverted to the Problem Gambling Fund. Second, it requires 1% of the profits that fantasy competition and sports wagering operators earn be diverted to the Problem Gambling Fund. I want to highlight that unlike last year's bill, this bill does not take any revenue away from the blueprint. This year's bill would have the funds come from the operator's share of the profits. And we have support from our friends at Maryland Live Casino here today. So in Maryland, as we continue to grow the ways people can gamble, we must also make sure that we're being responsible and mitigating the harms that gambling can lead to. I thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions, and I ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Ann Seacott here on behalf of the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, the Maryland chapter, in strong support of House Bill 1029. And we thank Delegate Allen for bringing the bill. In the past, this General Assembly has been very good about identifying revenue streams to fund problem gambling interventions and prevention when expanding gaming. We missed that opportunity when it came to the sports and fantasy wagering. And that's why we're going back to do what we all collectively should have done a few years ago. We are also looking at the revenue coming from lottery. The lottery funds, most of it that is generated above costs and payouts and things goes to the general fund. There are some discrete amounts that go to some other issues, but most of it goes to the general fund. And we think that the general fund should also be supporting the interventions that can be provided through the problem gambling fund. What do we need to address problem gambling? We need a lot. You're going to be hearing, I think, from some folks who provide peer support services, and we have very few, while we are continuing to expand gaming and making it easier and easier for people to be able to gamble. And research is showing that younger and younger people are having access to gambling, especially with the online mobile efforts. So we hope that we can work on getting through something to provide funding to the problem gambling fund, provide interventions, public education, peer support, treatment when needed. And we think that this is, just sort of bringing things back to where we maybe should have been a few years ago. So with that, we ask for your support.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mary Drexler. I'm the director at the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling, here today to testify in strong support of House Bill 1029. The center is funded through the Problem Gambling Fund to promote healthy and informed choices regarding gambling and problem gambling here in Maryland. We take a public health multi-pronged approach to the work we do. We provide a free and confidential 24-hour helpline, educate citizens of Maryland about the risks of gambling and gambling addiction, train counselors, educators, prevention specialists, and others. We've even created a network of treatment providers knowledgeable in problem gambling, maintaining a problem gambling counsel referral list. We assist individuals facing problems through peer support. We develop and implement prevention and community outreach programs. We provide public policy information, which addresses the impact of gambling on public health, and engage in evaluation and research. I want to give you just a small snapshot of some of the work. The center employs 6 right now certified peer recovery support specialists who are in recovery from gambling and other addictions. There are more than 600 help seekers now getting help from these 6 individuals. Obviously, we need more peer counselors because more people want to go to the peer prior to going into an actual treatment program. Casinos, sports books, both the brick and mortar and online, and lottery have big marketing budgets that's far surpassed what I have in my budget to be able to market year round. I'm currently able to do maybe 3 or 4 months with what's in our budget for advertising. The center also contracts right now with all the 4 HBCUs because here in the state, young African-American males and nationally are at a greater risk for developing a gambling problem. Other demographics that need our attention include the Hispanic community, veterans, and those with substance use and mental health issues. Simply put, additional funding is necessary for programs so we can continue to do our work. I strongly request a favorable report on HB 1029. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Ken Wolfson, and I'm a certified peer support specialist with the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I come before you today to request your support on House Bill 1029. I joined the center 7 years ago as the very first problem gambling peer in the state of Maryland. More importantly, I'm also a person in long-term recovery from alcoholism and gambling addiction. And by the grace of God, I have over 30 years of sobriety today. To say our peer support services are stretched thin is an understatement. I'm responsible for the outreach and support to Maryland residents in Baltimore, Howard, Harford, Carroll, and Cecil counties. Maryland's ever-increasing gambling landscape and ease of access through electronic devices has stretched our resources to the limit. Perhaps you saw the 60 Minutes special several weeks ago addressing the sports betting epidemic affecting the nation, and Maryland is no exception. On a typical day, I use my specialized training and lived experience to engage with Maryland residents that have lost the power of choice and are compelled to gamble. Peer support specialists share their lived experience, strength, and hope with Maryland problem gamblers, creating a non-judgmental and successful environment to safely discuss the history of gambling, lying, cheating, stealing, deceiving people, substance abuse, manipulation, and damaged relationships. Many arrive to us morally and financially broken, trapped in a hidden world of addiction that for many ends tragically. Those seeking help are not strangers. They are our moms, dads, aunts, uncles, sons, daughters, grandparents, students, retirees, and professionals, all with lives hijacked by the unrelenting demand of gambling addiction. And with the highest incidence of suicide of any addiction, and the problem gambler seeing no other way out, our services and skills are imperative, effective, and often life-saving. Funding for additional certified peer specialists is vital to effectively address the ever-increasing demand for services and support to Marylanders. I request a favorable report on HB 1029. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Adam Joseph. I'm a recovering gambler. I am testifying in support of House Bill 1029. Studies show that out of all addictions, problem gambling has the highest suicide rate. 50% consider suicide and 20% of problem gamblers actually attempt it. I myself am part of these statistics. Gambling offers something that's not found in any other addiction. It offers hope. Hope that it can change your life, hope that you'll hit it big, and hope that next time you won't lose the money to pay your mortgage. This lie of hope almost destroyed my life as I lived in active addiction for 23 years. I am currently 16 months clean, and to the glory of God, I have experienced a complete 180 in my life, and my family has experienced healing. I am the exception. I'm not the rule. So many people, especially young people, are on a path of destruction. Gambling is ruining their lives. That is why it's important to ensure that proper funding is given to organizations such as the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling, so those seeking help can receive it. My story has been directly impacted by the center. The center needs more funding to get those still battling active addiction the help they so desperately deserve, to stop the vicious cycle in their lives and create a better way of life for them and their families. It is our job as parents, and it's our duty as leaders to make sure that the next generation succeeds. The battles that we refuse to fight today, we will without a doubt hand them over to our children. That is why I choose to wake up every morning, continue to fight my addiction so my children don't have to break the cycle in their life. It's our duty to offer the same help to others. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Rob Garagel with Compass Advocacy on behalf of Live Casino, here testifying in favor of House Bill 1029. I want to thank Delegate Allen for being a champion for this legislation. The bill has two components. Number one, it provides additional funding, which we've heard a lot about. The second component is further study, which is very, very important as well. On the additional funding, Live Casino and the casinos collectively have been contributing to the Problem Gambling Fund since their inception, both with slot machine revenue as well as table game revenue. And in fact, along with the Center of Excellence and Department of Health and other agencies, the 6 casinos are part of a Maryland Alliance for Responsible Gambling and have been engaging in this process for a number of years. Maryland got it right when putting that together years ago. This bill obviously brings in additional funds from sports betting and other sources. We applaud that and support that. Very importantly, though, is the study that's in this legislation on page 2 and 3, because mobile sports betting in particular is something that is barely a year old in Maryland. We've had it now, I think, since November, if I'm not mistaken, of 2022. Earlier today, you should have received an email from me. It was referenced to 60 Minutes special from a few weeks ago. I sent that to you. Please take a look at it. In my written testimony, there are several articles about the epidemic, particularly with respect to mobile betting. It is so easy to get on the phone and do this. And there are 4-fold increases that we've seen in other states to helplines, in New Jersey in particular, Michigan, some other states. We don't yet know today what the impacts are in the state of Maryland. It is very new in Maryland. And this study seeks to bring in what are the impacts for mobile sports betting and seeks to get a report in July of 2029. And I know we're going to be debating some other issues I think next week. I would actually argue that we should hold off on any further expansion
of gaming as well until we have more data before it's a big epidemic in Maryland. With that, would urge a favorable report and introducing Mark Stewart, General Counsel with Cordish and Life.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, thank you. Good afternoon, Delegate Allen. Thank you for the bill. As you heard, my name is Mark Stewart. I'm with the Cordish Companies and Live Casino. We support House Bill 1029 and its call for increased funding for problem gambling. And even more importantly, we support the bill's call for a comprehensive mobile gambling specific prevalence study. In-person gambling and mobile gambling are very different. With in-person sports betting at the casino, you have to get out of your house. You have to get into a car or an Uber and get to the casino. You have to hit the ATM and get cash out. And then you go to a kiosk or a teller and place your bet. With mobile sports betting, you can bet anywhere, anytime, with your smartphone and your credit card. It's very different. As Rob has said, Maryland has had only 1 year of mobile sports betting. To use a sports analogy, we're barely out of the first inning. And as you've heard from the experts, they have already seen problems increasing, but they do not have the data and do not yet know the full scope of how mobile gambling may be impacting Marylanders. It's likely that we've all had addiction touch someone in our lives. It takes time for the problem to manifest, time to recognize it, time to seek help. And until that time transpires, people are not going to be showing up in the data that the Department of Health will be studying. And until we have that data and know the full impact, the General Assembly should hit the pause on further online gambling expansion, whether it be iGaming or iLottery, where both will put slot machines and other games, slot-like games on phones. So there's an awful lot at stake. Let's get the facts first and increase the funding with House Bill 1029. Thank you, and we'd appreciate your support of the bill.
First, sir, thank you for coming and sharing your personal story with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Stewart, good to see you again. So Live, you all have a sports betting license? Yes, you have a iGaming license in Pennsylvania?
We do.
Okay, and do you have a sports betting license in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Okay. Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just first can and maybe the lady who runs the Problem Gaming Fund or the agency responsible for it. How much money does the Problem Gaming Fund get roughly a year now? How much is budgeted that comes out from the various slices of gambling revenues that goes to the fund?
It has fluctuated, especially with online mobile and sports betting depending on how many people are going in person to the casinos to use the slots or the table games. It can go anywhere between 4 and 6 million, and it goes down or goes up. And we just follow that data to see where we're at. But we have gone up, we've gone down, and then back up a little bit again.
So somewhere around $4, $5, $6 million. You know.
Yeah.
And so,
But we don't get the center does not get all of the funds that go into the Problem Gambling Fund.
It goes into the fund. So under the analysis, at least for the bill, and all of this is sort of, just prognostication. We have to go back years later and see how it works out. The prognostication is that the fund would grow by over $8 million additional. So it would more than double the size of the money that goes to the fund. Okay, I just wanted, I wasn't sure how much money was really there. And then I guess the question, for Delegate Allen is, I'm trying to read the fiscal note and understand. So the fiscal note does say that our general fund revenues are going to decrease. They're going to decrease by roughly $5 million every year. That's going to come out of the fund to pay for everything else. So that's part of the 8.6. And then the rest of the money, I presume, if I'm reading this correct, is going to come from taking a percentage point away from the sports gambling digital online operators.
Correct. It reduced, I believe, from 85 to 84%.
I would reduce it to 84%. All right, thank you.
And I also want to mention, Delegate, too, just talking about the introduction of the sports wagering. In the last few years, as sports wagering and the introduction of sports books physically in casinos, a lot of casinos removed video lottery terminals from their casinos to make room for that
Mhm.
construction. So that's missing funds as well for every video lottery terminal that was.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not an expert. The folks from Live next to you are, but we have a casino that's in my district, and my conversation is a lot of times with casino operators. The sheer number of VLTs doesn't necessarily affect the yield from them because many of our facilities probably have more VLTs than are getting played on a consistent basis. So, unless you go in at really high times, so to speak, most casinos you will see if they have, let's say, 500 or 1,000 slot machines, no one's sitting at all of them the entire time. So,
Right.
I'm not sure that there's a direct correlation from that, but I appreciate
Well, I
the
believe
thought.
and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the casinos pay per VLT.
They do. They pay into the problem gaming fund per machine. That's right. And they probably have, many of them have come back over the years and said, we probably got too many, in the beginning tranche, they're not really worthwhile for us. So problem gaming, I want to thank you, sir, for your testimony. I've always supported gambling and sports gambling, but I don't support things that are causing the kind of damage that can cause. So we had to find ways to try to ameliorate that for the fraction of people who really have a problem with it. So I appreciate your testimony today.
Delegate Eversole.
I really appreciate it. We're looking for revenue, but we're also looking to not hurt people. Mr. Exler, Mr. Wolfson, appreciate the work that you're doing. It's valuable because it's really an addiction. And Mr. Joseph, thank you so much for being here and sharing your story. Heard you get a little emotional, and I did too. I'm curious, a little bit of the funding questions, actually. So I have a feeling you guys can answer these for me. Is there authority under the problem gaming law for using problem gambling funds to conduct a study like this? Yes, you're all nodding your heads. That's good. If you say yes, that's what I want to know. The other one is, you answered this question, but I want to follow up. The Center for Excellence on Problem Gambling, you don't use all the proceeds from the problem gambling fund.
No, we use what we're delegated.
Right.
The fund runs through the lottery to the Behavioral Health Administration of Department of Health. And some of that money goes to other places. It doesn't come directly.
I'd love offline to find out where that other money is going.
Yeah.
I don't think that's relevant to this bill at
Yeah.
this particular point, but I would like to know what percentage of it you think you get.
We're getting more this fiscal year than we have in the past, but
Do you realize like 90% of that money or 50% of that money? You don't have to be exact.
I would maybe
To the nearest 10.
85% of the
Okay.
money would come to the center.
And then the other 15% goes
Yes,
somewhere.
it goes to other places.
And that's not what this bill's about. So I'll stop the line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my biggest concerns with all of this, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. One of my biggest concerns, even when we had some information, this is not an area that I'm really familiar with. And so we had some information sessions over the summer. And one of the things that I remember being told about underage gambling is that there were all these protections online that are put in place. But I'm seeing and hearing, even from Delegate Buckle on an earlier bill, that there's huge problems. There's huge problems on our college campuses. There's huge problems actually even in our high schools. So how is that conflicts with what I was told actually happens on how people can gamble on these sites. So do you know anything about that? And like any studies, data, I mean, for any of you on how they're getting access?
If I may, Delegate, if you go to my written testimony, there's an article I provided, Boom in Youth Gambling in Massachusetts Fueled by Online Sports Betting Apps. And in there, there's an article about a woman who's the CEO of the Massachusetts Council on Gaming and Health. And she talks about how her 18-year-old went to New Hampshire with friends, basically, and pooled money together to do sports betting, mobile sports betting across the border. So to me, and that just came out February 11th, so earlier this month. I mean, that there are a million stories like that. And part of the reason for this bill, we definitely need more funding, and we support the funding. We're involved in sports betting, and that would take, from Live with this bill to put to problem gambling. We think that's an important thing also. But studying this and understanding it and getting our arms around it, is very important. And I think understanding it in Maryland is what this bill would also.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I thank you for the information because, again, this has been a concern of mine. The other aspect is there's a lot of underage drinking that goes on, particularly on college campuses, in high school. And so now when you're in a casino, one, you shouldn't have underage drinkers in there because you're being carded. And I mean, it's an amazing system over there. That was another tour that gave me a lot of information. And with that comes impairment a lot of times, and that can change your judgment. So when that happens in the actual in-person casino, do you guys let people, like if you see someone that is obviously impaired, do you let them continue to gamble?
Thank you for the question, Delegate. No, absolutely not. There's strict regulations and prohibitions against that. Our employees are trained to try and intervene and stop that from happening as soon as it's noticed. And we have surveillance that are able to monitor the entire gaming floor, the entire facility, and they're on the lookout for those types of things.
Thank you. And thank you for that, for doing that and that important work. I take it though, when you pick up your cell phone at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
There's really no way to know if that person is impaired, if they're anything like that. And so that's definitely concerning. Do you know of any research about that as far as impairment or anything? Are there any studies I can look to? Because I'm definitely preparing for something on Monday.
I do not know of any research that has tracked that.
Okay, thank you. And then in August, DraftKings was fined $94,440 for allegedly advertising to underage fantasy sports players. Like they were fined for that. Where does that money go to and do you know how many people have been fined as we've expanded this, especially to the fantasy or sports gaming? If you don't know, that's fine. That's just something I'm curious about. As we have these fines and as we go into this realm, we may have more people that try to do bad things and advertise to our youth. And so I would like to know, where those fines, or we can find that out together.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. I'll find out. I'll get back to you.
Okay. And then my last question, thank you, Madam Chair, is high school programs. So we have a lot of high school programs that we put in, and thank you for sharing your testimony, sir. And it was very impactful. And I appreciate and thank you and your family for sharing the story. When do we have high school programs that are talking about the addictive nature of this and how to help prevent, what to do, what to look for? Because a lot of kids, they grew up on video games, right? They grew up, with their phones. It's a completely different world than the world I grew up in the 80s and the 70s, right? So completely different. So they don't, and a lot of times they don't think about, because it's attached to their parents' credit card, which they don't see that bill. They just don't think about it as real money. They're not paying for that. They're not putting tokens or coins or anything in a machine. They're not going into a casino. So do we have programs that help them realize that, or anything at the high school level?
We've been working with the university's School of Mental Health and the center on a program called Smart Choices Maryland, which we are actually in the process of putting together a training video, which would have CEUs attached to it for the school districts on how to implement it even into their current health curriculums.
Perfect.
So it is in progress. By the end of this fiscal year, we expect that we'll be sending something out, and we've actually been helping high schools and middle schools with policies on gambling within the gambling sites.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you. My question is, I think for either Ms. Drexler or Mr. Wolfson, but looking at the study of pathological mobile gambling, so that would encompass online sports betting, would theoretically also encompass iGaming and iLottery if they existed in Maryland, right? But for now, without those in place, it would only be the sports betting, right? So we heard the suggestion that we should wait, hold off on any expansion of further online gambling until we have the results of this study. And I guess my question is, we've heard from proponents of iGaming and iLottery that, these appeal to different audiences, the dynamics of the particular gambling are different, and they're not going to cannibalize, the same customer base, that this is about sort of growing participation. So to what extent, if we were to study mobile gambling when it's only sports betting, to what extent would that really inform iLottery and iGaming decisions? Do they all work together from that perspective, or are they unique?
Well, I think states that surround us have been finding, especially the states that have the sports betting online and also iGaming already, that it is definitely maybe impacting a different population. Sports betting obviously is hitting young male adults more often, but they're seeing a significant increase when you have every casino game you can possibly think of that you can do from your living room couch, which entices people who don't even choose to go to the casino to have a little fun and get caught up in the activity. There's research on the quicker pace. So I think it will start to inform us doing a study to kind of see online and mobile gaming, because we have seen with just so we have a little bit of data, but we have seen with just the sports online that especially when it's November, February, March, calls go like this. And we do more advertising and use our dollars more efficiently during those times because we know about these tournaments and whatever. But yeah, I think a study is a good idea. Before we jump into iGaming, I think we also have to give, like New Jersey, and I sit on the National Council's board, and they did things over 3 years just so they could gather that information. And they are just seeing triple and quadruple of the people needing help with both sports betting and iGaming.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Right. I'd like to make one comment on that, just about how important it is to do the study if it's just on sports betting. This is what I started on, with sports betting, and it evolved into a massive casino gambling. But now the sports betting aspect has gotten so compulsive, because you can literally wager on play to play and what will happen on the next play, if it'll be a first down or not, if the pass will be completed or not. It's gotten so compulsive, and I think that carries over into the compulsive nature of just iGaming. That aspect of like an instant gratification type thing. You don't have to wait 3 hours for the football game to get over. You can bet play to play.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1029. I'm gonna flip and do House Bill 935. Delegate Merrick North. Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and colleagues on Ways and Means Committee, I am proud to present to you my testimony for House Bill 935, the Comprehensive Community Safety Funding Act. How do we get here? Gun violence is a public health crisis, and in Maryland, for children, it's the #1 cause of death, especially for young Black boys. Mothers are dying more of gun injuries and interpersonal violence in Maryland. The physical, emotional trauma of gun violence is the most complicated to treat and among the longest to heal. The Supreme Court decision in 2022, known as the Bruin decision, established a new standard of modern firearm regulations. Essentially, when it comes to these types of laws with firearms, is it consistent with the Second Amendment's text and historical understanding? So that is why I'm bringing before you today the Comprehensive Community Safety Act. And what the bill does, and I laid it out in my written testimony, is that it's going to provide an 11% excise tax on the gross receipts of federally licensed firearm dealers derived from the sales of firearms, firearm accessories, and ammunition in the state. The bill specifically is going to distribute the revenue in the following ways: 44% to the Maryland Trauma Physician Services Fund, 29% to the J.R. Adams Crowley Shock Trauma Center, the University of Maryland, 23% to violence intervention and prevention programs within the Governor's Office of Crime Control and Prevention, 2% to the Survivors of Homicide Victim Grant Program within the same organization, and 2% to the proposed Center of Firearm Violence Prevention Intervention within the Maryland Department of Health. Why are we deciding to do it this way? Tradition. Traditionally, our country has regulated the commercial activity of firearms ammunition. The Pittman-Robertson Act created an 11% excise tax, federal excise tax, for wildlife conservation. And in other states, Mississippi in 1844, North Carolina 1857, Georgia 1866, Alabama 1867, Hawaii 1870, Nebraska 1895, Florida 1898, Wyoming 1899, Virginia 1926, and most recently California 2023. Now, I know in one of the pieces of testimony, there was reference to an Illinois case. That was also another state that tried to deal with this as well. Why are we going to focus on dealers as opposed to manufacturers? Apparently in Maryland, there's not that many manufacturers, there's only one. So the goal is not to put anyone out of business. It's to share the responsibility to deal with the trauma and gun violence in our state, a collective community responsibility. And why does it matter now? Our trauma fund in Maryland is struggling. It's constantly in the red. And you'll hear from Dr. Scalia as to the work that's being done, as well as John Hopkins as well. Firearm injuries have the highest length of stay and the most severity of injuries. And the Maryland Trauma Commission has actually done a lot of research in that field to confirm that. In fact, it was in their testimony, they noted that $619 goes to facility charges for injuries, and that's just for facilities. Now, I'm hoping that Dr. Scalia will provide the number of patients that they see a year as well. Also, with the violence intervention prevention programs, they're working in ravaged communities and they're doing a good job. They need the sustained funding for it. As for the survivors of trauma, of homicide victims, this funding is going to bring the beacon of hope that the families desperately need. So when those say that, why have this funding go towards people that have nothing to do with, that shows the lack of community that this bill is not trying to seek. The proposed Center of Firearm Violence Prevention Intervention needs to be established with sustained funding if it were to pass. Currently, I know it's proposed for a certain amount of money allocated in the budget, but this tax is providing sustainable funding that's needed to keep our communities safe. According to the fiscal note, based upon the proposed bill, about $18 million in fiscal 2026 will be received from this particular tax, 24.3 million by fiscal year 2029. And I did get some additional details that is not in your materials as to the breakdown. That's about a third for the firearm, ammo, and excise tax federally collected for handguns. About a third is for ammunition, 30% is for other firearms, and approximately 4% estimated for accessories. Now, what is this impact going to look like? Once we get more money for the trauma centers, we're going to have stronger facilities for our Marylanders. Currently, it's funded mostly with motor vehicle registration fees. And as we heard earlier today, there's clearly a drive away from cars and towards e-bikes and whatnot. So we need to find another way, additional way to support our trauma fund. As I mentioned before, survivors need the hope so they can pick up their pieces of their life after a tragedy. Now, I shared a witness testimony about my own personal journey as a survivor of gun violence. My father was shot on October 6, 2020. And he survived. And it was not catching the criminal that made us heal. It was community. It was people coming together and supporting me, my father, my family to allow us to heal. And it was resources. I want every Marylander to experience what we experienced. And luckily, unfortunately, Ms. McKnight, who was at our press conference, could not be here. But she tells a riveting story about her own grief as she lost her 13-year-old son at the hands of another child. That son didn't survive. I can only imagine what she went through. My father survived. There's so many others that haven't. They need the resources so they can pick up the pieces and move on. And hopefully, with the potential passage of the Center of Firearm Prevention Intervention, that work will continue. So colleagues, I'm asking for a favorable report on House Bill 935. But I would note, I forgot to mention this earlier, that given our current tax structure in Maryland, and it was kind of hinted to it with other testimonies today, we are working on trying to find the best way to collect this money, to be frank. Excise tax take a little bit longer than other types of tax. So we're looking at sales tax. We're trying to find ways to get the money that's necessary to heal our Marylanders. Thank you. And I'm gonna go with Dr. Sklaver.
My chair up there.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Scalea from the Shock Trauma Center. I'm here to speak in favor of the Comprehensive Community Safety Funding Act because it aligns the resources with the burden of the disease. I'll make 4 brief points. First, gunshot wounds are common. We see 600 a year, more than any other Maryland trauma center. 100 of those people die in the first few hours. They're just too badly injured for us to save. This represents 60% of the 1,000 people we see with interpersonal violence, up from 50% in 2019. There's been a marked increase in young children aged 10 to 19 with gunshot wounds. Gunshot wounds are complicated. The tissue damage that occurs in multiple body cavities when someone is shot is huge, and all of those bleed. On Sunday evening, I took care of a 22-year-old kid that came in with 12 gunshot wounds around his chest. Trying to figure out how to attack that was complicated. Ultimately, I opened his sternum and fixed 2 holes in his heart and 1 in a big blood vessel in his chest. He lived, but he will be in the ICU for weeks, and this will cost a lot of money. The effects last forever. The physical effects may heal, but the emotional effects are felt by the patient, the family, and the community. I recently took care of a young man that made a great recovery after multiple gunshot wounds, but he would barely leave his house. Finally, he decided to take the bus to come see me, but it went by the place where he had been shot. I walked in to see him to find him curled up in the corner of my exam room, shaking. It was an impressively bad thing to watch. And finally, there's a huge cost to the healthcare system, and I mean just the personnel. Imagine going down to tell some mother that her son is never going to come home again. Never. I can't tell you the number of times I've had to do it, and it just takes a piece out of me every time I do. Gunshot wounds are costly for the patient, our trauma center, and the state. I ask you for a favorable report on the Comprehensive Community Safety Funding Act. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Michael Huber, Director of Maryland Government Affairs for Johns Hopkins University in Medicine. We support HB 935 and urge a favorable report on the bill. We operate 4 state designated trauma centers within our health system. The Adult Trauma Center at Johns Hopkins Hospital, a pediatric trauma center at the hospital, and trauma centers at Bayview and Suburban. We're very proud of the work we do caring for trauma patients, but there are real challenges that work brings. First is the high volume of gunshot wound victims that we treat. In 2022, we treated over 350 gunshot wound patients at Johns Hopkins Hospital. That includes 30 children. We treated 80 patients at Bayview and 50 at Suburban Hospital. Second, there is a significant financial commitment to maintain and operate trauma center as a result of the readiness costs associated with that. And third, we are working to address the root causes of gun violence by operating hospital-based violence intervention programs. This bill will help with all 3 components of those challenges and that work. For those reasons, we respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Adam Rosenberg. I am the Vice President for Violence Intervention and Prevention at LifeBridge Health, as well as the Executive Director of our Center for Hope. We are a comprehensive response to all forms of violence, from child abuse, domestic violence, gun violence, and human trafficking for all the 7,000 plus clients that we end up seeing throughout Baltimore region and who come into contact with LifeBridge Health. Notably, we are certainly in support of House Bill 935. And I think it's also notable that in the week that has passed since the Senate hearing on this, we have witnessed multiple shootings at a Kansas City Chiefs parade. We noticed a shooting at Joel Osteen's mega church down in Texas. And each one of our counties here, as I was surveying the news, not just Baltimore City, has experienced gunshot and death by guns there. This is a problem when guns is the #1 killer of kids in the United States there, and the #1 form of suicide. And a substantial part of this fund that's proposed will also support violence intervention programs, like many of the programs that I have the privilege of running at LifeBridge Health. These programs save lives and intercede even before these patients end up in my colleagues' hospitals and our own Sinai Hospital there. These are programs that are involved in over 900 community violence mediations each year to be able to get between people who are in conflict and find ways to mediate that conflict so these patients don't have to present at any of these hospitals there. They and my colleague Jamie Gannon, who will be testifying a little bit later as part of this hearing, will share with you that we've had a remarkable 28% decrease in gunshot wound admissions as a result of many things going on, but certainly our communal efforts in the neighborhood there. Funding is necessary to prevent gun violence altogether there, and it takes people on the ground who are violence interrupters and professionals to be able to do that, and that funding is critical and not available elsewhere, and I urge the committee for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Wilkins, members of the Ways and Means Committee. I am Karen Herron, the Executive Director of Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence, and I'm here today in support of the Comprehensive Community Safety Funding Act. In my testimony, I'm going to focus on the economic reality of what gun violence is costing us. We often talk about what gun violence costs in terms of loss of life and pain and suffering, and fair enough. It is those stories that literally take our breath away and break our hearts that often get the attention in this strange reality that we've allowed to become normalized in this country. But we are paying a high economic price for this gun violence as well, and that is what this bill is designed to address. In Maryland, we see an estimated 800 people die by guns annually and another 1,400 wounded. The estimated cost for the state of Maryland is about $10.5 billion, with at least $383.9 million of that being paid by taxpayers. To take a recent example and quantify it, on July 2nd of 2023, a mass shooting in the Brooklyn Homes neighborhood of Baltimore led to 2 deaths and 28 wounded. In addition to the devastating human loss and suffering, this one event left a staggering price tag of over $59.3 million. $2.5 million of that is being borne by taxpayers. Even a single homicide is estimated to cost the state $17.5 million, with over $925,000 of that on the shoulders of taxpayers. Quantifying what we spend in the aftermath of a shooting helps us understand the price we are paying for this violence. Passing HB 935 can take a decisive stand against gun violence and invest in programs that prioritize public safety, improve community well-being, and address the damage of gun violence. We urge a favorable report on HB 935.
Thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing this bill, and thank you to this panel. We do have a few questions. Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Mircu North, do you have any concerns that the bill's unconstitutional under the Minneapolis Star precedent, which the Supreme Court said Minneapolis, for whatever bizarre reason, in the 1980s, Minnesota passed a bill and said, we're going to tax items used in the publication of newspapers and magazines differentially than we're going to tax other items that are in the stream of commerce. And the Supreme Court said you can't do that because your differential taxation is impairing a First Amendment right.
Delegate, thank you for your question. I think this is apples and oranges. I did read that particular summary of the bill. This is about keeping tradition in our country with commercialization, tax and commercialization of firearms regulations, firearms and ammunition. One thing I would note that what is current precedent is that if you are dealing with a tax on ammunition or firearms and the like, it has to be tied to a specific purpose. That's what Bruin has brought us to do. And that is why the bill is drafted the way it is. So no, I do think it's constitutional.
So the specific purpose, and I want to say to the doctors and the folks there is no one, there should be no one in the legislature, certainly here today, that is taking away from the things that you do or is taking away from the scourge of gun violence. You are heroes and you deserve to be funded and you deserve to have every opportunity to do the tremendous work you do. No one wants to see anyone get shot. And so I guess I would ask then, Delegate or anyone that has the information, is there any breakdown to suggest the victims of gun violence that you're unfortunately seeing in your trauma centers? How many of them were shot by a gun that was lawfully purchased by a lawful owner in Maryland and used lawfully by that individual? I use lawful a lot of times in that sentence. I'm saying this. Do you have any evidence to suggest that the guns that are causing the violence and the people that show up in your trauma center were legally purchased in the state of Maryland, and the person who did the shooting was the legal owner, the person who paid the tax?
Thank you again for your question, Delegate. I'll start, and if anyone can jump in, that's fine. I don't have the specific stats, but what I did mention earlier in my testimony is that there are mothers that are dying from gun injuries in intimate, personal violent cases. This is hypothetical, but if it's between a son or a mom or a couple, I would venture to think that one of them at least had a legal firearm and things got heated and someone got shot and someone had shock trauma. So that's a possibility, but I don't have the stats. I'm just telling you particular examples that could possibly come up.
And I don't have the exact stats, but the reading and the research I've done has suggested that that's really the only situation where someone gets shot from a lawful gun owner, a legal gun that was legally purchased and would have been subject to this tax, is in domestic situations, which is a subfraction of the number of people who are getting shot across the state. So I just want to see what the attenuation was
If I may, Delegate, there's an
Sure.
article in today's USA Today that literally came out today, and the headline is gun shops that sell the most guns used in crime revealed a new list. And it was indicating that it was the large gun shops such as Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's and Rural King and Sportsman's Warehouse that had been the largest sellers of guns that were used in crimes. And this had just been reported today in USA Today from a Freedom of Information Act request there. I'm happy to send the link to the article afterwards. But it surprised me as well to learn that most guns used in crimes were coming from legal purchases there. Whether they've been stolen, and I don't have the back half of your question, I can't answer that, nor does it have the data of how it's used in Maryland as well.
Right.
But it is notable that they originate in a gun shop. And I think similarly to that, this isn't just about person-to-person gun violence, but this is also responding to suicide, which is just an enormous problem that has ballooned in the United States over the last few years. And guns are the #1 form of suicide there too. So it's interceding with that as well.
And so I appreciate that, but I think, look, I will concede every gun that exists at its original point of sale was sold lawfully. You know, Smith & Wesson doesn't make guns and then take them out into the back alleys and sell them unlawfully on the streets. They sell them lawfully to someone. My point is, the person who's using the gun, statistics suggest, and causing the violence over and over and over again is someone who acquired the gun, not in a gun shop, but they acquired it through stolen means, through gang-connected means, through other means. And so I'm not sure, while imposing a tax on all lawful gun owners, people who are not ever shooting someone, who are not committing crimes, I don't understand how putting a tax on them meets that objective. But the last question I had, the last level of inquiry, I'm a little concerned with 11% excise tax on gross receipts. So gross receipts, as I understand it, from a taxation standpoint, it's not your net revenue, it's your gross revenue. So the cost of the goods sold doesn't matter. The cost of your employees, your overhead doesn't matter. So if you buy something from the intermediary, the wholesaler, the dealer who sells to your FFL, and it has $100 cost to you, and you sell it to the third party, to the purchaser for $150, you are not paying the excise tax on the $50 delta. You're paying the excise tax on the entire $150, which is different than income taxes that we all pay. It's different than all kinds of taxes that we pay, that you have deductions. You can deduct the cost of your goods sold. You can deduct the cost of your employees, your utilities, all these things. So these folks are already paying an 11%, 10 or 11% excise tax at the federal level. Now we're going to slap them with an additional 11% on top of that. Do you have any concerns that all we're really going to do is drive a lot of these people out of the business in Maryland? And then can we acknowledge lots of people that could use guns in Maryland, from Cumberland, Maryland to Rockville, Maryland to Baltimore City? They don't have to buy the guns in Maryland. You can buy a gun anywhere you want in the United States and drive across Maryland state lines and use it. So are you concerned that the revenue estimates and all that kind of thing will not work out? Because in reality, you're just going to drive people out of business here in Maryland, and people are just going to continue to buy guns in other states. I mean, I've seen some police hearings, and I know Delegate Merrick North is very involved and was very involved in the Montgomery County community, where a huge number of guns that are used in violence in Maryland actually come from other states that have, less restrictive gun purchase requirements. They're purchased, they're driven across state lines, they're here. This bill wouldn't do anything about that, right?
Well, Delegate said a lot, and as a lawyer, I was following along.
Sure.
So I would say that this bill, the original bill yet before you, was based on the California law, which specifically talked about gross receipts. And as I mentioned in my initial testimony, we are working with the comptroller's office to figure out what the tax is going to look like. There's 3 areas that we're trying to tax. We're trying to see how to get the funds. So we've talked about sales tax. We were open to conversations. So once that is finalized, we can definitely circle back regarding your concerns about whether it should be a grocery store or not. But we are seeking the funds, but we are in reality understanding where we are in Maryland in terms of our tax structure. California's tax structure is very different from Maryland. And we're just still having conversations. As you saw, the comptroller has been quite busy this session along with us. So she has her own set of work, and we all have our own set of work. So we are currently working on figuring out the best way to structure this tax. I thought I caught all the questions, but
Yep.
but that's the crux of it. I mean, you're talking about the general commercialization of it, so that's the crux of my answer.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyone else have anything to add or? Okay.
I think by and large, America loves its guns. There are 400
yes,
million guns in
yes.
circulation in America right now. And certainly there will be some purchasers who go to another state to purchase a handgun. But just as different states have taxes on gasoline and cigarettes, they're buying them here still. And yes, the long-term projections, I think, are something that you raise a very good point as to whether that's sustainable. But I think at the end of the day, there's still people purchasing handguns in Maryland there. And I'm not sure that revenue necessarily crashes as a result of it.
Me too. That's what I want to say.
Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you to Delegate Mary Kay North for this amazing bill. You remember the call we had when you called me and asked me for support on this bill and how excited I was. I believe it's a great idea. I also want to thank some of your other folks on your panel. You put together an all-star panel, in my opinion, as a representative from Baltimore. First, to Dr. Scalia, we know that so many lives have been saved as a direct result of you and your team. Thank you for every day showing up. Thank you for being here today and for being a gem and a treasure in Baltimore City. And of course, to Adam and Mike Cube on the other side, we both work very closely together. Thank y'all for everything that y'all are doing as well. Delegate, a couple quick questions. First, to the Bruin decision and constitutionality. It's my understanding that the Bruin decision articulates at least two specific things that you have to achieve to pass constitutional muster. The first is historical precedent, and the second being that it doesn't constitute whatever the regulation is, a blanket ban. So firstly, do you believe that a tax would constitute a blanket ban? And secondly, was your listing of all of the other instances an effort to satisfy the historical precedent on the record?
No, it's not a blanket ban, and yes, I've taken as a lawyer, so I have to look at precedent and figure out, what's going to distinguish this bill from what's been done in the past. I know Illinois was referenced at the previous hearing, and I looked that law up, and the reason why it failed is that the money that was requested was not going to a particular purpose. It was going to public safety. Like the California law in this bill, we are trying to delineate where this money is directly going to. We're trying to create that nexus, and that is why we structured it the way it is. So thank you for your question.
And one more question.
Yes.
Of course, we've talked about the method of the tax, and you've mentioned the difference between the excise tax and the conversations about point of sale. Can you give us a little bit more on where that is? And namely, let me give you a little quick commentary before I say the final question. Certainly, we have a challenge with ghost guns in Baltimore City. Yesterday, we had a great announcement that they won't be shipped to Baltimore anymore with the settlement. But we also know that ammunition that they don't get sold with the ghost gun kits. You got to go to the store and get the ammunition, whether it's 9mm, et cetera. So this bill would tax ammunition as well. My question to you is, again, would you be in support of making this more focused on point of sale, or even both excise and point of sale? Would that be something that you would be open to, and what conversations look like on that piece?
Well, I'll tell you how the conversation is looking at so far. The issue with creating a new tax in a system that we're trying to modernize a tax is that it takes time to create the tax, and you're dealing with two important parallel work going on. The hopefully great evolution of our tax system in Maryland, and our desire to get funding, especially in the next few years when we're told we're going to go over a fiscal cliff. We're trying to make that happen. So with the sales tax, though, as I understand that, it will be a quicker implementation process. So it's really coming down to the implementation and how soon do we want the money. That's the crux of it. So we have entertained the conversations on sales tax as well as excise. We looked at all in San Jose, California, for instance, they had a harm reduction fee. All right. So we were looking at ways to try to get the revenue. So the option of point of sale is not off the table.
Thank you so much for the bill and for the hard work. Thank you for the time to ask the question.
Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question in terms of the mechanics of how this would work. So if I'm making and producing a gun and I'm in Maryland, I'm Maryland based, versus I'm making and producing a gun in a state other than Maryland. Explain to me, is there any difference? How does that compare?
Yes, 1 second, because I just looked that up, so I'm glad you asked. So if you are an out-of-state dealer, particularly for accessories and firearms, and you receive a purchase from a Marylander, you will not be subject to the tax. That's the actual situation. So for instance, if you are in Maryland, you want to buy from someone, I hope I got your question right. If you are a Marylander and you want to buy from someone who is a business owner not in Maryland, would you collect that money? And if the bill is structured right now, the answer is no. And that's why we're trying to sort out how to address that particular issue. I hope I answered your question.
So it would only apply if I'm residing in Maryland and I purchased the gun in Maryland.
The tax is applying to dealers in Maryland, not to lawful gun owners, to dealers in Maryland. That's the goal.
Okay, and then in terms of the, there's a tax on the gross receipts. My concern is a gun manufacturer located in Maryland going to be more disadvantaged than a gun manufacturer located outside of Maryland?
Manufacturers are not in this bill.
Okay, so a gun seller sells me a gun in Delaware. I go and purchase in Delaware. It has to be transferred to a resident FFL dealer. Is that where the tax is captured?
Say that question again, because I lost who is in Delaware. I want to make sure I get that right.
If I go and purchase a gun out of state,
Okay.
I have to transfer it into Maryland through an FFL, and then I have to pay for that. So is that
No.
where the tax is?
The bill is structured. I'm thinking about, that's why I said Delaware. I'm thinking about that Delaware dealer, because that's how the bill is structured. So they're the ones. So if you were the dealer, I can say as structured, the bill would not apply. But we're not, at this structure of the bill, we're not taxing the gun owner.
Right, I get that. I'm just trying to understand how the cross state lines work. And if you're putting gun dealer, whoever is being taxed, are you putting them at a disadvantage versus their competitor across the state line? It sounds like you are, because you can't control taxes from other state. The only nexus that you have in Maryland is when it comes to that new FFL dealer that you have to go through to purchase the gun in Maryland.
I know for sales tax, there's particular language, and it's under the Wayfair decision, where there's particular, and forgive me, I don't have the exact language in front of me, but there's particular language that is has been in Comar that has to be required. And so that's the part of the conversation I'm talking about in terms of if we're going to get to a point of a sales tax, we're going to talk about that out-of-state component and have the appropriate language to consider the out-of-state aspect of it and make sure it's complying with Comar, complying with Wayfair.
Right, because the sale is occurring out of state. So if I'm physically, if I physically go to Delaware and I physically buy the gun, I don't walk out of the store with the gun. It has to be transferred to an FFL dealer in Maryland, and then I can go pick it up. But that's not a sale. That is just a function of the transfer.
Right.
So would that be taxed?
You actually making that purchase from someone who's out of state? As the bill is structured, no. But as I mentioned, the Wayfair decision, if this was a sales tax, the Wayfair decision says you have to be taxed because that's constitutional. And there's particular regulations in Comar that's going to require us to include that particular language. And I apologize, I don't have the exact wording because it was like a paragraph long, so I just don't remember the exact details.
The Wayfair is if the Nexus purchase is outside of your state and it's being shipped to your home.
Okay, so you're talking about you physically going over as opposed to being shipped?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll
Wayfair
talk to the
doesn't
comptroller.
apply
Okay.
If I go to Montana and buy the item and drive it back.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So
Does this
I
make
would,
sense?
yes, you're talking about actually physically going over there. We can talk to the comptroller about that, but that's something that has not been brought up in our conversations.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the last question, and this to my colleague, all of the stories that were shared today are indeed tragic, but the lawful gun owners are the ones that you're asking to burden. and paying them, and the costs are going to be passed on to them. So I don't feel that that's fair to the folks that occupy this industry. We also have a letter of testimony here from an officers association that says they purchase a great deal of ammunition and guns for personal use and to train with, but that would still be subject to the tax. So in other words, purchases made by law enforcement departments, I believe, are exempt the way that your bill is written.
The agencies, yes, and we are entertaining the letter of information from FOP as well, so their recommended amendment.
But yeah, so are you considering that a friendly amendment to exempt for purchases made outside of the auspice of law enforcement?
Say that question again, I'm sure I heard you right.
They want to be exempt for personal purchases as well.
We are looking into that. I'm working with the Senate cross file on the amendments, and I can't give a firm answer, but we are looking seriously on that.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today to help us answer these questions. So my question's for Dr. Scalia. We were talking about the numbers of patients and the increase and so forth. Were you speaking for the trauma center where you are, or were you speaking for across the state? I was speaking for the Shock Trauma Center. Okay, so do you know if those numbers, what they look like in other places such as Tidal Health or something? I do not have that information with me, no. So your gunshot wounds were what, 10%? I think it would rose to 10%. It is, we see between 550 and 600 gunshot wounds a year. So what percentage, I hate to say something as counts as like workload, but what percent of the, service that you provide are gunshot related? It's around 15%. Around 15%. So in the whole study for the trauma care, do you know why that was initiated? I do not understand your question. The study to look at ways to pay for trauma care. Do you know what initiated that? The committee to study trauma funding. Funding is, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. There are a number of reasons why. There has been a substantial amount of pressure on each of the trauma centers in the state that this has been different, depending on whether you're a community trauma center or a medical school trauma center. But every trauma center is struggling with the finances of providing care. So I represent Worcester and Wycomico County. Wycomico County is where Tidal Health is located, and they were struggling with funding the trauma center because the rural trauma centers, you have to have a certain amount of specialties, a large number of specialties on standby. So they were really struggling with meeting the cost. I think they had like a $40 million deficiency or something in operating. Yeah, the number that they have quoted is 17 million. 17 million? Okay, yes. Well, thank you. I appreciate the accuracy. And I also thought that I heard, and tell me if this sounds correct, the amount of percentage of work related to gunshots at a place like Tidal Health, I heard the number of 1.5%. That sounds about right. Okay. So my concern with the direction we're going here, and the reason why I asked those questions, was we're making the analogy of the increase in workload for trauma care, but a lot of the expense and deficiencies in trauma care from our rural trauma centers because of all the standby and not having the the frequency of patients. So with that being said, the way we're going about it, do you feel that making the analogy that the expense of trauma care is increasing because of gun-related incidents? I think it is increasing in some places. It's not increasing in every part of the state because of gun violence. But the principle we have used for 50. Well, I guess I'm not sure when MSOF was created, but 30 or 40 years is that we have funded the Emergency Medical Services Operating Fund out of vehicular fees. Certainly earlier on, a much larger percentage of our business were vehicular crashes. And everybody paid that. It wasn't the bad drivers or the good drivers. It was every driver. And that was sort of to me, that is that's pretty cheap health insurance to know that you can access the finest trauma care that's available in the world and a helicopter program for which you never get a bill by paying some dollars on your vehicular registration.
No, I understand. Are you familiar with I know you're in shock trauma and you referenced, you confirmed the number I heard from Title Health. Are you familiar with any of the other percentages at the trauma centers as far as gun-related patient cases?
Certainly the urban trauma centers see far more ballistic injury. It's us, it's Hopkins.
Are you the highest though?
We are the highest
Okay.
by a fair bit.
So 10 to 15% and everywhere else is considerably less, as low as 1.5%. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for being here. I don't think any of us up here debate the importance of shock trauma and what that's done for our state. And we thank you for all that you do for the citizens. It's a devastating time if you have a relative in shock trauma. And from what I understand and from what my family has experienced, the support that families get and the care that they receive is absolutely amazing. So first, thank you all for that. I have a few concerns. One, I'm trying to follow up on some of the other questions that were asked. One about the tax rates. So I represent Frederick County, which is, again, as we've discussed, can be a couple minutes into Pennsylvania, a couple minutes down to West Virginia and Virginia, very close to all three of those states in my region. Is there, in West Virginia, did they remove the tax on ammunition and small guns? Did they remove a tax recently? Do you know?
I am not familiar.
You're not, okay,
No.
so, okay, I believe they did. So I guess if we could get information on the tax rates for our surrounding and close states, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Then, and talking about the distributors and how that works, federal law requires manufacturers and distributors to be categorized as licensed dealers to legally transfer firearms for a retailer to a retail customer. So would they be subject to the tax in this bill?
They being the manufacturers and
That the licensed dealers that would have, that like if they procured it, they have to be a licensed dealer here. If you procure it from another state and you're a licensed dealer to give that to your customer, would they be subject to sell that to their customer? Would they be?
yeah, a federal
Like
licensed
anyway.
dealer in Maryland would be subject to the tax.
Okay, but if so they all have to be.
As long as they're licensed in Maryland.
Okay, so that would apply to them. The other concerning piece that I saw is, yes, you were exempting law enforcement from it, but as we talked about when we were having some of our SB1 last year discussions, and we were talking about, concealed carry permits, you talked about domestic violence and guns being used in domestic violence situations. We want people that have a need to carry a firearm, no matter if it's a licensed or a police officer. There are a lot of other citizens that need to carry for protection. There are, whether it's their job or their personal situation or whichever. And I would like them to be as proficient as possible and as safe as possible when doing so. Do you feel like the tax would then, because in order to do that, you have to practice. And that takes ammunition when you're talking about a firearm. So would this kind of inhibit their either ability through financial ways because of this excise tax? What kind of impact do you think it would have on those situations?
Well, everyone has different socioeconomic status. I mean,
Mhm.
you know, guns are, you know, they can range from, you know, a few hundred to a little over 1,000. Ammunition can be from what, 20 to probably $150. It just depends. So to say, have a blanket statement saying that it's going to prohibit or limit anybody is something I can't answer because it really depends on the circumstances.
But it would have a fiscal impact on them.
Well, as
Yeah.
whether small or large, it's
And
that's
it could
the
be
economy.
disparate. It could be disparate as far as like from socioeconomic standpoint.
It will depend.
Yeah. And then the other piece that was concerning, so it also includes the firearm accessory, and you have some defining terms. Why is body armor on that list?
That really came from researching a lot of the mass shootings that have occurred in the last several years in our history, and that was one of the items that come up. We didn't want to say we didn't say accessories for everything because that would be unfair, because this is really not the point of the bill. The point of the bill is to deal with what is causing our trauma centers to be as highly regarded, overwhelmed. What is causing us to have violence intervention prevention programs? It is the trauma of unnecessary gun violence, and that includes mass shootings in that. So we really just took a look at what had been associated with mass shootings, and that's the list that we came up with. We're happy to add on because really we're trying to get as much revenue as possible.
I'm just saying, like,
Within
is it
reason,
body
of
armor
course.
meant to be protective?
If first, God forbid, if someone wanted to shoot up this place, but they would probably have body arms, so they don't get shot themselves. That's a possibility.
Right, but people who are also protecting us wear body armor. That's I'm
Well, what I
curious,
can do is
and would be less likely then to end up in shock trauma. As a matter of fact, you know, like I said, there's definitely shootings. It's usually law enforcement that has them, but there are other people that wear body armor or have protectives. I'm just curious because that's supposed to be a protective factor. And
what I can do is I
making
can get
subject
you the
to it.
articles that we looked up, and we can have a conversation online to the extent of why we chose those items. But again, we're really trying to figure out how to get as much funding as we can for the particular areas that we laid out in our bill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much. Next. Peter Benjamin. Clinton Walcott. Richard Mano, Theodore Delbridge, James Gannon. Madeline Cobb. Okay, whoever would like to begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and committee members. It's a pleasure to be here today. For the record, my name is James Gannon. I'm the Trauma Program Manager at Sinai Hospital in Baltimore, Maryland, here to offer support for House Bill 935. As an introduction to Sinai Hospital, we're a level 2 trauma center in Northwest Baltimore City. We care for about 2,500 trauma patients per year. We're the second to third busiest level 2 trauma center in the state, with a very large geographic footprint, including North and Northwest Baltimore City, North and Northwest Baltimore County, and a large area of Carroll County. According to the 2024 MHCC Trauma Report, level 2 trauma centers treat a greater share of trauma patients than the combined market share of both shock trauma and Johns Hopkins. Along with over 25 surgical and non-surgical specialty providers to care for the immediate needs of the critically injured, trauma centers are required to do much more than just care for the citizens. We also have a robust and continuous quality performance improvement program, unique program in administrative costs, and provide community services through injury and violence prevention. Since the last legislative session, I have had the pleasure of working on an almost year-long project under the leadership of Delegate Shetty The Maryland Healthcare Commission and MIMS, and in collaboration with the other state trauma centers, to reevaluate and reform the financial support for Maryland trauma centers. During that process, we identified funding levels from the Maryland Trauma Physician Services Fund that over the past 2 decades, despite the tremendous cost increase accrued by trauma centers, and that additional sources of funding were much needed. The Trauma Physician Services Fund provides much needed supplemental funding to Maryland trauma centers so that we may always be ready to care for the severely injured at a moment's notice. We at Sinai Hospital strongly believe that distribution of the trauma center funding should take into consideration the unique needs of the Maryland trauma system and all of the requirements to operate a successful trauma program with fair and equitable distribution across all trauma centers. Therefore, we ask for a favorable vote for House Bill 935. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and delegates of the committee. I'm Dr. Ted Delbridge, Executive Director of MEMS, the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems. Last year, Maryland EMS system cared for approximately 25,000 people who were taken by a ground ambulance or medevac helicopter to one of 10 Maryland trauma centers. EMS clinicians, and more importantly, their patients, counted on the immediate availability of expert care that is commensurate with the distinction of being designated as a Maryland trauma center. We recognize that serious injury can affect any one of us at any time. And in fact, Marylanders are seriously injured at all hours of any day. Thus, we require trauma centers, and they demand of themselves, to maintain a perpetual state of readiness for the next patient who needs their expertise. It is appropriate to acknowledge that such investment on a personal and institutional level requires significant investment of energy, resources, and funds. Reimbursement to hospitals by the healthcare system on the basis of their costs does not fully offset their ongoing expenses accrued as trauma centers. The Maryland Trauma Physician Services Fund, administered by the Maryland Healthcare Commission, provides supplemental support to help offset some of the expenses incurred in maintaining readiness. The gap, however, is estimated to be tens of millions of dollars on a statewide basis. The trauma system, and trauma centers by their nature, is prepared to treat the full spectrum of serious and too often life-threatening injuries from all causes. Among those that often test us are injuries related to firearms. In fiscal year 2023, more than 1,500 Marylanders received care at a trauma center for a firearm-related injury. While there was a disproportionate distribution, with 1/3 being treated at the R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center in Baltimore, every center was affected, including the Johns Hopkins Hospital Children's Center, as we heard earlier. Compared to other mechanisms of injuries, falls or motor vehicle crashes, for example, firearm-related injuries sustain more serious injuries as reflected by higher injury severity scores. Further, a 16% staggering amount died despite expert immediate care, compared to less than 2% of motor vehicle crash-related patients. These data support the perspective that firearm-related injuries demand the very best of our trauma system and individual trauma centers. House Bill 935 provides needed financial support to trauma centers so that they would be prepared to treat any Marylander at any time, and we therefore hope for a favorable report. Thanks.
Chair Atterbury, members of the committee, I'm Clint Wolcott. I'm here representing the Critical Issues Forum, Advocacy for Social Justice in Montgomery County. We're a synagogue-based coalition that advocates for policies that promote Jewish values, such as those addressing gun violence. CAF strongly supports the Community Safety Funding Act. This modest tax on firearm sales is a fair and logical approach to partially address the high financial toll firearms exact on our society and on all of us as taxpayers. The severity of Maryland's gun violence problem is undeniable. While the human toll is our paramount concern, the economic cost cannot be disregarded. The financial burden of gun violence includes the cost of treating the injured, extends to the criminal justice system, government and nonprofit social and community services, individuals and families. Shifting some of these costs to the industry that creates them is simply a matter of economic common sense. It's common sense that the federal government has practiced since 1919, when it first enacted a similar excise tax on guns and ammunition. Importantly, HB 935 is carefully targeted, so these funds will go to state entities and funds that directly address gun violence. As we've heard today, and you'll hear more later, many who oppose this tax will say it's not fair to force those who do no harm to pay for those who do. But that is exactly how taxes that are targeted to shift costs to address a particular problem work. Employers who never lay off anyone pay unemployment taxes. And Gun purchasers who don't hunt pay to replenish wildlife. And as was noted earlier, we all pay highway taxes, whether we're good drivers or bad drivers. Crisis of gun violence in our state must be addressed in a variety of ways. The firearms industry must be a part of this effort. HB 935 one small measure in that direction. For these reasons, CIF recommends a favorable report on HB 935. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Peter Benjamin. I'm a member of Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence, but I'm speaking as a private citizen expressing my own views, not necessarily those of Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence. I believe that the state of Maryland has some of the best gun safety laws in the whole country. They are focused on the purchase, storage, and use of guns. They're focused on who can buy firearms, how they store firearms, how they use firearms. We do not do so well in preventing gun violence before it happens. That means at gun violence intervention, or on dealing with the trauma created by gun violence. The trauma experienced by the victim, by the witnesses of the event, the family of the victim, the friends. We need a comprehensive public health approach to gun-related community firearm safety. HB 935 provides a mechanism to fund such an approach to community safety. It proposes an excise tax on gun industry profits to deal with the economic and social toll of firearm violence, to enhance the prevention of gun violence, to provide assistance to those affected by gun violence, to support the operations of the Center of Firearm Violence Prevention proposed in HB 583. We're being told that passing HB 935 will cause persons buying guns and ammunition to do so in other states. I don't know if that's correct, but if we are among the leading states in saving lives by passing this legislation, then we're doing the right thing. I urge a favorable committee report on HB 935. Thank you for this opportunity to express my views.
Chairwoman Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and esteemed members of the House Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for allowing March for Our Lives to present testimony today. My name is Jake Fales, and I'm here today on behalf of Madeline. I am privileged to serve as the co-director of March for Our Lives at American University, established in 2018 as a response to the tragic school shooting that claimed the lives of 17 students at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. March for Our Lives is a youth-driven organization committed to cultivating safe and healthy communities where the scourge of gun violence is eradicated. Today, March for Our Lives earnestly seeks your support for HB 935, the Comprehensive Community Safety Funding Act. This bipartisan legislation is designed to aid survivors, families, and communities that have been disproportionately affected by gun violence. It achieves this objective by establishing a dedicated funding source, a portion of which will be utilized to provide essential assistance and preventative services through the Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention. The creation of the Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention is geared towards proactively halting gun violence before it occurs. It entails orchestrating a comprehensive government-wide strategy to deliver essential services and funding to vulnerable communities. The sustained funding for these initiatives would be facilitated by an 11% firearm tax, ensuring consistent resources for these critical programs. The firearm industry must contribute its fair share towards alleviating the staggering burden of gun violence in Maryland, which amounts to nearly $10.5 billion, with taxpayers bearing a disproportionate burden of almost $384 million. At March for Our Lives, we firmly believe that your support of HB 935 is instrumental in effecting substantive change and mitigating the daily tragedies wrought by gun violence. Thank you once again for allowing us to testify today.
Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much. Roger Mano. Raymond Fang. And then I will call up the unfavorables. I believe, Mr. Fang, you're here for just informational purposes only. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee. Madam Chair, Roger Mano, attorney for Beretta, located in Accokeek, Maryland, Prince George's County. Madam Chair, in 2014, when I served across the street, we passed legislation that had the unintended consequence of pushing Beretta out of the state of Maryland, along with 160 jobs. They moved to Tennessee, opened a $45 million facility, hired 300 Tennesseans, not Marylanders. And we support the intent of this legislation. In fact, the concern is that the math may not make sense, that it may actually end up costing the state of Maryland more than it's bringing in. So we look forward to any opportunity to work with the committee to try to create a solution that is a viable funding pathway to fund shock trauma and the other great institutions that this legislation seeks out. Thank you.
One second. Frank Boston, if you could come up to the table. Ari Plout, if he is here. John Pica. Can you come up, Frank? Did you want somebody to come with you, Frank? Did you want someone to come with you?
Yeah, I have my two clients there.
Okay, well, step back then. But John Pica.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Myself? All right. Chair Atterbury, members of the Ways and Means Committee, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Raymond Fang, and I am the Trauma Medical Director at Johns Hopkins Bayview Medical Center, a level 2 trauma center in the Maryland Trauma System. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Trauma Center Network, also known as TraumaNet. TraumaNet is an organization solely focused on improving trauma care in Maryland and optimizing outcomes for our patients who may be our friends, families, or even ourselves at any time. TraumaNet's members are the 10 Maryland trauma centers and the 3 specialty centers that care for burn, hand, and eye injuries. A year ago, TraumaNet expressed concerns about the financial health of our state trauma system, and you took action. We thank you for both a one-time investment to support trauma centers this past year and for creating the Commission to Study Trauma Center Funding in Maryland that published its report earlier this month. While TraumaNet feels it is outside our scope to identify specific sources of funding, several of our member institutions are providing testimony in support of this bill today. I came to Maryland shock trauma in 2011 as an active duty Air Force surgeon assigned to the Sea Stars program, which prepares military members for deployment. I understand that shock trauma is a special place for both our state and our nation. I thank Dr. Scalia for his mentorship over my 6 years there. I'm going to go off a little bit. I'm a baseball fan, and like baseball, trauma is a team sport. The Orioles now have an ace pitcher, and we have optimism for this season, and they have their anchor. Shock trauma is the anchor of our system. But ultimate success depends on the entire team performing well whenever they're called upon, not just in winning baseball games, but also for caring for patients 24/7 anywhere in this state. TraumaNet asks that any legislation to invest in trauma care in our state account for the needs of the entire system, and we thank you for your continued support in caring for our fellow Marylanders.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is John Pica, and I represent the National Shooting Sports Foundation, the trade association for recreational shooting sports and hunting. This bill selectively targets more than 30% of Maryland citizens who lawfully own firearms. This bill might make sense if the individuals who legally purchase firearms, who pass criminal background checks, are the ones creating these the crimes victimized by firearm violence. This bill, there was a study, here's the bill, a study that was released January of 2024. The number of trauma patients in Maryland, 47 of trauma patients are the result of falls, mostly the elderly population. 25% are victims of motor vehicle crashes. Only 7% of trauma patients are victims of firearm violence. This bill seeks to raise $23 million. The $2.50 on the registration fee raises $12 million. They represent 1/4 of all the all trauma patients. Yet this bill seeks $23 million from only the 7% of victims of firearm violence. In this report, there are multiple recommendations. There's not one recommendation in here that there be a tax on any firearm, the sale of firearms. This bill taxes the manufacturer to the distributor, from the distributor to the retailer, and from the retailer to the customer. It's dreadfully flawed. Although if this bill is going to move, Madam Chair, I'm hoping we have an opportunity to work with members of the committee. I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Delegate Hartman, then Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And either any of you could answer this, either Mr. Pica or Mr. Mano. Earlier, we heard that manufacturers weren't included. I just heard that manufacturers are included. Can one of you comment on that as to whether or not manufacturers or dealers or how that's viewed in the state?
Sure. Thank you, Delegate. If you look on page 7, the 11% tax is imposed on a federally licensed firearms dealer. And then if you look on page 5, I believe it's in lines 19, 20, and 21, a federally licensed firearms dealer means a person licensed by alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives to deal in firearms. That includes the manufacturer. So when the manufacturer sells to a distributor, there's an 11% excise tax. When the distributor, who's also captured in this definition, sells to a retailer, there's an 11% excise tax. And then when the FFL sells to a customer, there's another 11% excise tax. So there are 10 different types of firearm dealers that are licensed by the federal government. This bill doesn't distinguish them. This bill taxes every firearm, every FFL. Manufacturers are FFLs, distributors are FFLs, and so are retailers.
So for clarification, are you saying that somebody, if they buy a gun, there's going to be 11% in there added from several different sources, from when it's manufactured, then when it's traded, and then when it moves again? How many times can 11% be applied to a gun?
3 times. Manufacturer to the distributor, distributor to a retailer, and retailer to a customer.
So
33%.
Then a Maryland-made gun is very much disadvantaged in by this bill.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ask my line of questioning, and that's what I thought too. I just wanted to confirm that it's, and this would apply to manufacturers, distributors who aren't based here. They could be a manufacturer wherever, but when they sell guns, how would the manufacturer know that their guns wind up in the stream of commerce and are sold here in Maryland? So if Beretta sells a particular type of gun to a distributor, wholesaler, who then sells to direct retailers, would your understanding of the bill be that then Beretta somehow is responsible to go back and figure out how many of those guns were actually sold at the final point of sale in Maryland and calculate their 11% gross receipts on that statistic?
Well, the collection of revenue is a nightmare under this bill.
Mm-hmm.
So every sale of a firearm needs to go through an FFL, as you know, Delegate.
Right.
So if an FFL receives a gun from an out-of-state dealer, someone has to collect that 11% tax. This bill is not specific on how that tax is collected.
What the mechanism would be. Okay, thank you.
Delegate Hornberger.
Yes, just doing some research here. Looks like we have Benelli located here. I think that's one of the only firearm manufacturers. So looking over my notes here, they do about 500 million in revenue currently. If they're forced to leave the state because of this bill, because they're no longer at a competitive advantage if they're having to pay this additional 11%, then we lose all of the revenue and all of the jobs from that business. And is the aggregate of that more than this tax that we're going to bring into our coffers?
Yeah, I would say, yes, that was the intent of my testimony earlier. The bill anticipates bringing in, say, $22 million. If these three manufacturers left the state, it'll be about $20 million right there. If you take into consideration commerce, sporting, everything else, you're probably looking at $60, $80 million or more. I remember my days on the Budget and Tax Committee. It was more than a few times we thought something was a great idea in terms of bringing in revenue, and we scoured for sources of revenue and creative solutions to do so. And we came back the next year because we realized that it was unenforceable, or there was some problem with it, and then ended up scrapping it and going for a less exotic approach. So the concern that Beretta has is that the math just doesn't make sense. It's upside down. I believe that you'll be coming back next year trying to figure out how to fund these great institutions when you're now losing money.
Yeah, so just to summarize here, passage of this bill will cause us to actually lose money from an aggregate standpoint.
I think it's absolutely clear.
Okay. And then the only way that could be recouped, and I stress could be here because of the schism of this multi-level and it originating outside of the state, it might take, if I'm running the return here, maybe 10 years to even flatten out. 10, 15 years.
That's pretty much unpredictable, Delegate. I couldn't forecast that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. It's good to see my good friend, Mr. Pika, in Ways and Means. I did have some questions. This 33% tax has got me a little lost here. I am a big fan of reading the bill as the bill is written. And I've been going through this bill trying to identify how you can come to a 33% conclusion on the sale from gross receipts from the retail sale. This is, I'm reading right now exactly from page 6, line 5. Gross receipts means the total amount of the sale or lease or rental price of the retail sale by a person valued in money, whether received in money or otherwise, without any deduction for so on and so forth.
Yeah.
How do we get to 33% when it's a retail sale?
Well, if you look on page 7, it talks of the sales. It doesn't differentiate between retail. So an excise tax is imposed on any FFL dealer from the sale of a firearm. So it conflicts with the language that's on page 6. If you read that only to apply to a retail sale.
Is it fair then to say that maybe I'm reading the retail sale part and you're reading the part that doesn't say retail sale, and so we're in conflict on which one it is? And if it just said retail on both pages, you'd be satisfied that we're talking about 11% here? Total.
You know, we're both reading two different sections of the law that conflict with each other. So what you said is correct, but that conflicts with the language at the top of page 7.
All right, I'm just trying to get that cleared up. I appreciate that clarity. That's where you're seeing that. Thanks so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. So based on what you're saying, 11% tax 3 times obviously gets passed to the customer, and that's significant. And this is obviously talking about somebody's Second Amendment right. And so, I mean, based on with the testimony, basically all this really does, it prices, lower income folks out of being able to exercise their Second Amendment right. I mean, what is your assessment of that?
Well, there's already an 11% federal tax.
Right.
And then a 5% sales tax. So yes, this would be a 27% tax. And those who at least afford to pay for it would be impacted the most. So there is a settled law, that if you make the price prohibitive for someone to purchase it, it's unconstitutional under the Second Amendment.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Boston, and who would you like to bring up with you?
Come over here. You ready?
Yes.
Yep. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Frank Boston III. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland licensed firearms dealers, the gun shops, and we respectfully oppose this bill. While we understand the need for Johns Hopkins University, University of Maryland Shock Trauma, all of the other hospitals to have funding, a tax on law-abiding citizens who purchase a gun is not the way to go. People will simply buy guns out of state. And the two experts next to me will explain how they will be able to do that and how the state won't get the money that they think they're going to get. On 1,000, think about this tax, and I'm just talking about the 11% that's in this bill. On $1,000 gun, the tax is $110. That is enough to make people go to Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Delaware, and any neighboring or close to neighboring states to buy a gun because it makes sense. It's cheaper. Not to mention you have the 11% federal tax and the 6% sales tax, and then you have fingerprint fees. By the time you walk out of a gun store, if you're a law-abiding citizen, you're paying so much in taxes that it's really ridiculous, and it will drive you out of state. And Mark to the right will speak to this more, but there's a flaw in the way the bill is written. If you buy it from a licensed firearms dealer, then the tax applies. And Mark will tell you, but if you buy it from the store, if you buy it from the store next to him that doesn't sell guns, but sells ammunitions and accessories, the tax doesn't apply. So that's one of the things in the bill that is totally unfair and unequal. And for the last 10 seconds, on behalf of the Maryland State Fraternal Order of Police, Delegate Hornberger, yes, we would like to see that amendment. We have to buy our own ammunition when we train. And even though it's for work purposes, we have to buy our own ammunition. And we would like to be tax exempt for that because the bill exempts law enforcement agencies, but it doesn't exempt the actual police officers.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Donna Worthy, and I'm president of the Maryland Firearms Dealer Association, as well as president of Worth a Shot Firearms in Millersville, Maryland. I am testifying today with strong opposition to HB 935. This bill proposes an 11% excise tax on all firearms, firearm accessories, and ammunition. This is quite a large amount to add to customers' purchase. An average firearm costs $800. If we add that 11% tax to a firearm purchase of an $800 gun, we are adding $88 to our customers' purchase. Dealers are unable to consume that cost. There's very little margins for dealers. So with that said, that $88 is passed to the average customer. This would cause customers to do one of two things. One, they will purchase their firearms out of state, avoiding this 11% altogether. Or two, they would simply not be able to defend their families against all of these violent crimes that we've heard so much about in testimony over the last hour or so. That 11% could price out a family that just simply can't afford another $88 to defend themselves. With that said, I would like to add to this that this fee of $88 is just an average. Firearms and the accessories, including an optic, could be much more than that $800 fee that we talked about, adding a much bigger expense than that just $88. This could put most brick and mortar stores out of business here in Maryland. So for this reason and more, I strongly oppose an unfavorable review for HB 935. Thank you.
My name is Mark Schneider. I'm the Vice President of the Maryland Licensed Firearm Dealers Association. Our organization opposes HB 935 as it threatens our members' ability to stay in business. Any tax, in addition to the current 6% sales tax, would simply encourage residents to shop for their firearms, ammunition, and accessories out of state. Ammunition and accessories can still be purchased online and shipped straight to the person's house, or picked up out of state, which would avoid both the Maryland sales tax and the 11% excise tax. Firearms, in accordance to federal and state laws, could be purchased by dealers out of state and shipped to a licensed dealer in Maryland in compliance with require background checks, and this would also avoid both the 6% sales tax and 11% excise tax. So this unjustly targets only legal firearm dealers. As Frank said, many businesses in Maryland sell ammunition and accessories, but don't have an FFL. So we would be paying this excise tax because we have an FFL, but someone right next to us would not, which is incredibly unfair. The net result of this is millions in lost income to the state. Maryland dealers would be unable to compete with out-of-state dealers, potentially resulting in thousands of jobs and many closed businesses. If the true purpose of this legislation is to reduce firearm violence and to increase tax revenue, it will do neither. We urge an unfavorable report.
Is Mr. Plout testifying?
Huh?
Is Ari testifying?
I just checked. He's good.
You're good? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Questions from the committee? Delegate Miller.
Just real quick, I was just doing some quick research and it seems like New York was considering a similar, very similar bill to this. New York State, and I think it was just announced a couple of days ago that Remington been there 208 years in the state of New York, is now leaving and going to Georgia. I don't know if you guys represent a lot of people. This is just a quick thing that I'm looking up very quickly to see do you feel like there's any correlation to that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mr. Former Senator Mano previously testified that, Beretta up and left the last time, which was, 300 jobs. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
all
you for the
very
question.
much. Taylor McKee, John Jocelyn, Tom DeBolt, Mark Penick, Thomas Hespa. And that should be everyone who is physically here. There is one person who's virtual. No, oh, they're not there. Okay. Okay, can we just start to my far right and then just go down? You guys can pass the mic. Sir?
Yes. Okay, my name is Thomas Kashuba, Ellicott City Registered Democrat. I didn't realize that my teenage daughter was making our communities unsafe. Let me explain what I mean by this. What I have here is an empty box of ammunition. Its misuse could cause 2 months worth of murders in Baltimore. But to me, this empty box means a single shooting event, a single contest that my teenage daughter participates in, that I participate in. I need 9 of these boxes if my other daughter joins us for a competition. 16 boxes represents a long range day with both my kids. I need 20 of these boxes a week to support my teenage daughter when she's training for her national level contests that she wins. When I officiate shooting contests, and I do so on weekends, collectively, everyone there will consume 300 of these boxes. Remember what I said, one of these boxes misused, 2 months worth of damage in Baltimore. So how much money are you going to make off of this? $1.65 in taxes. Back of the envelope calculation. Let's go to Baltimore. Last year, if every murderer bought one of these boxes, you're going to bring in a whopping $434. Who's going to pay the other $22 million? Oh, that would be me and my teenage daughter and all the other people who are the citizens. Oh, that's right. They're also the victims of the criminals that are misusing this product. Why are the people getting punished 50,000 times more than the perpetrators of crime? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Penick, I'm the president of Maryland Show Issue. I'm also an attorney, and I I live and breathe to sue Maryland, so I'm author of a lot of these lawsuits that you've heard about. So you have my written testimony, about 7 pages of single space of legal analysis, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about that. But the point you have before you is that you're basically taxing the law-abiding citizen who's not responsible for the carnage that we see in Maryland, because these people pass a background check. They are not the ones that are causing shock trauma to be overwhelmed with victims. You're basically, shock trauma benefits us all. Me, you, everywhere. You heard that testimony earlier. And so the benefit is to the entire state. The entire state should pay for shock trauma, not singling out an individual segment of the population, which is not responsible for that incidence of shock trauma. The Supreme Court has made very clear that you may not tax the exercise of a constitutional right. That's exactly what this does. There's no question, and the state's never bothered to dispute this in litigation in which I participated, that there's a constitutional right to acquire a firearm, and there's a constitutional right to acquire a ammunition. So you can't simply single them out for special taxes, because the Supreme Court makes it clear that that is subject to the potential of so much abuse that they wouldn't permit it in the First Amendment context. And the Second Amendment is to be treated no less than the First Amendment. Supreme Court has now held that 3 times. Now, the suggestion is just like the federal tax. Well, it's not, because the federal tax doesn't tax the same rate, doesn't tax the same people, and it applies nationwide, and thus cannot be used to discriminate against Maryland in particular. It simply isn't applicable. I urge an unfavorable report.
My name is Tom DeBolt. I'm the general manager of Benelli USA and president of Stoger Industries. Along with our sister company, Beretta USA, all 3 of our companies are headquartered in Maryland. Our offices are in Accokeek and Prince George's County. In addition, Benelli USA and Stoger Industries has a warehouse, distribution center, and repair center in Pocomoke City, Maryland. As currently written, HB 935 would arguably impose an 11% excise tax on almost every firearm we sell. We believe the intent of this bill was to impose such a tax on retail consumer sales, but the bill itself does not say that. It applies the tax on almost all firearms, ammunition, and spare magazine sales made by any federally licensed firearms dealer in the state, regardless of being a retailer, distributor, or manufacturer. By law, each of our 3 companies is required to be a federally licensed firearms dealer in order to conduct business. And due to tax nexus from our operations, we treat all of our firearm sales as have been made in the state of Maryland, although most of our products ship to distributors and retailers outside the state. In aggregate, we pay $3.5 million in taxes and fees to the state of Maryland and over $9 million to our Maryland resident employees, of which we have 103. If we have to add 11% cost we charge to all such sales, we simply cannot afford to maintain our sales and other tax nexus creating activities in Maryland. This would be not only because of the massive cost involved, but also because our competitors in other states are not similarly disadvantaged by such a tax. If HB 935 becomes law, we would be forced to move our sales and related activities out of Maryland, with roughly a $20 million annual economic impact to the state of Maryland. In addition, the state would be deprived of all investments we make in the state, as well as the benefit of our tax and other payments made directly to the state or through our payment of taxes on behalf of our Maryland employees. I'm a longtime Maryland resident. On behalf of the employees of Benelli USA, Stoger Industries, and Beretta USA, I implore the committee to vote against HB 935 as written.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. John Jocelyn speaking for 2A Maryland. You've heard testimony about the regressive tax that this would be. Sales tax has been described that way. You've heard testimony about sales going out of state, but there's a ripple effect that you have not heard about. For every sale that goes out of state so that they avoid the 11% tax, Maryland doesn't see the 11%. It doesn't see the 6% sales tax. It doesn't see the income to the shop, so therefore corporate income tax will drop. The dealer himself who owns the shop, his income drops, so his income tax personally will now drop. Then you get another hit when the dealer has to downsize and he lays off people. Now you have them not earning an income, not paying as much or any income tax at all, or they're possibly going to be on unemployment. So we have a ripple effect that no one has considered. According to the flyer from our Adams Cowley Shock Trauma Center, they say they treated 6,000 patients. 39% were from motor vehicles, 37% were from falls, 21% were from violence of all types, and 2% were other. If we're going to do something, why don't we keep it simple, stupid? We simply raise the registration fee and then everybody pays because everybody benefits from the value of having the excellent work that shock trauma does. We can make it simple, we can make it equitable, and we can spread it across every Marylander who benefits and not target one special group. We ask for an unfavorable report.
Madam Chair, Taylor McKee with the National Rifle Association. We oppose this bill. Real solutions to Maryland's crime problems do not lie in increasing taxes, rather strengthening policies that target criminal behavior. This is nothing less than an attack on the Second Amendment. When Governor Newsom in California famously labeled this tax a sin tax, and by doing so, revealed his contempt for people's constitutional rights to defend themselves and their families. Matters of public safety should be borne by the entirety of the general public and not single out those exercising their constitutional rights. This tax will not deter criminals who do not purchase their firearms legally. Instead, this is aimed to deter law-abiding citizens from exercising their constitutional rights, and by making it harder for them to assess necessary means for self-defense, training, and recreation. This bill will also disproportionately affect the poorest among us. Maryland should not follow in California's lead on gun control. Instead, focus on measures that genuinely enhance public safety without infringing upon the rights of law-abiding citizens. This tax is a misguided attempt to solve a problem without addressing the root cause. The criminal behavior here is the issue and not the tool. This will harm Maryland. This will harm the firearm industry. This will harm small business, and this will harm those who enjoy exercising their constitutional rights. For these reasons, the National Rifle Association opposes the legislation. Thank you.
Questions, Delegate Hartman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe the one gentleman sitting represented the retailers. Earlier, we heard a statement that a lot of the guns that are used in crimes come from the big box shops. And that surprised me. I always heard guns used in crime came from other sources, not purchased in a legal manner. Can anybody comment on that?
Delegate, I can address that one. Yes, and in the studies, they did say the big box shops, but you have to understand they're the large volume dealer. And there was studies done by the Attorney General of Maryland in the last 3 years to study firearms and crimes involving firearms in Maryland. And they did identify the 10 dealers in each year who sold the most number of firearms that were actually recovered in a crime. The audits of all those dealers, of all their paperwork, they all came back clean. They were all reported that it was a satisfactory audit and there were no recommendations made. So simply to imply that this dealer or that dealer happens to be the source is more a function of volume than it is an indication of negligence. And the Attorney General's own report does in fact point that out.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And that concludes the hearing on House Bill 935, House Bill 1007, Delegate Vlakovich-Carr, and whoever you'd like to bring up to the desk.
Seats are also here. So Madam Chair, I think I have 4 witnesses for my sponsor panel: Don Griswold, Michael Mazeroff, Christopher Meyer, and Robin McKinney. I'll go ahead and get started. So good evening, colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr, here to present House Bill 1007. So we all know that our state is facing major fiscal challenges: a $3 billion shortfall for transportation and a $700 million operating gap. And these deficits will only grow over time. By fiscal year 2028, the deficit will be $3 billion a year, including significant shortfalls for the blueprint for Maryland's future. It's not just our state's finances that are feeling the squeeze, it's also our residents. Inflation has eroded the wage increases many workers received in recent years. Too many Marylanders are facing eviction or are making the difficult choice between paying for a needed prescription or groceries. These are large challenges, but not insurmountable ones. The Fair Share for Maryland Act will deliver on our promises for world-class public schools, safe and efficient transportation, and essential government services, all while cutting taxes for more than 1 million Marylanders. And it will be fully paid for by closing corporate tax loopholes and ensuring that billionaires and millionaires pay what they truly owe in taxes. Right now, the wealthiest 1% of Marylanders pay the smallest share of their income on state and local taxes. That's because our federal and state tax codes are full of exemptions, deductions, and other tricks to reduce taxes on every category of income except for wages. Wages are the only form of income that don't get preferential tax treatment. The end result is that a millionaire pays a smaller share of their income on taxes than a teacher, a nurse, or a firefighter, and that's simply unfair. Moreover, only 3% of our state's revenues come from corporate income taxes, making it one of the smallest sources of revenue in Maryland. In fact, 1/3 of the largest companies in our state pay no income taxes, while small businesses and working people make up the difference. We can fix these glaring inequities with this bill. It will cut taxes for 1.4 million Marylanders by expanding two key anti-poverty tools, the Maryland Child Tax Credit and the Earned Income Tax Credit. And it will generate $1.6 billion in additional needed revenue. Side note, please ask us about the fiscal note. We would do this through narrowly targeted tax reforms with new revenues only being raised on the largest businesses and residents making more than $250,000 a year. If enacted, Maryland wouldn't be going it alone. The bill includes revenue strategies proven in other states. 28 states plus DC use combined reporting, 19 states plus DC have a throwback rule, 7 states plus DC close the LLC loophole, and the list goes on. Every element of this bill is in effect in multiple other states. So please don't believe the hype from the opponents who paint a doom and gloom picture about economic competitiveness when red and blue states across the country already have these same tax provisions. Additionally, these reforms are well aligned with our constituents' perspectives. As documented in a reputable poll conducted last October, residents strongly believe that our state tax system is unfair. 3/4 of respondents support closing corporate tax loopholes and ensuring that wealthy individuals pay what they truly owe in taxes. A note about timing. We need to make changes this session if we are going to avert deep budget cuts. Generating new revenues for the state isn't like turning on water at your kitchen sink. You don't just turn the faucet and water comes out, or in this case, money. With these changes, making these changes to our tax system will take 1, 2, or even 3 years for the comptroller's office to implement. That's why it's essential that we enact tax reforms this session so that the money will be here when we most need it and before we're forced to make deep cuts that will be immensely unpopular with our constituents. The choice is simple. We can either meet the needs of working Maryland families or we can continue to give tax giveaways to the wealthy few. In the words of President Franklin D. Roosevelt, the test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, it is whether we provide enough for those who have too little.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Robin McKinney. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Cash Campaign of Maryland. Cash stands for Creating Asset Savings and Hope. We help people to get their taxes done for free and a lot of other financial issues. All of our clients earn less than $64,000 a year, half earn less than 20, and many less than $10,000 a year. We're here in support of H Bill 1007. I'm going to particularly talk about the earned income tax credit and child tax credit, but also want to say that this is an opportunity to raise revenue without placing the burden on low to moderate income families or small businesses and invest in two of the state's most powerful tools in combating poverty in the EITC and CTC. The earned income tax credit expansions will help single filers, low-income filers that do not have dependents, and lessen the amount of taxes that they owe and potentially increase their refund. These single filers are young veterans, first-time pregnant mothers, youth aging out of foster care, and non-custodial parents who are struggling to get connected to the workforce. With all of the expansions we've done to the earned income tax credit, these folks see the least, these single filers without dependents. The child tax credit expansions will help families with young children to receive a larger credit and increase the number of families that can receive the credit, still keeping it less than families that earn less than $15,000, which is still incredibly low income. Expansions to both these credits include increasing the income eligibility and making sure that more Marylanders who are struggling financially will have access to these powerful credits. Low and moderate income families are feeling the effects of inflation that has reached well over 6% in 2023. We know that investing in the EITC and CTC will increase workforce participation, academic performance, and food security. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on House Bill 1007.
Thank you, Chair Atterbury, members of the committee. My name is Christopher Meyer. I'm a research analyst at the Maryland Center on Economic Policy in support of House Bill 1007. As everyone in this committee knows, the state is facing significant fiscal challenges over the next several years, and significant new revenue is needed in order to keep lawmakers' promises to Maryland's children through the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, as well as to avoid deep harmful cuts to things like childcare and transportation. House Bill 1007 would raise about $1.6 billion per year once fully phased in. We're happy to talk through those numbers. Meanwhile, it would still cut taxes for more Marylanders than it would actually increase taxes on. What would House Bill 1007 do for Maryland's economy? The fact is that taxes are not among the most important factors that either businesses or families consider when deciding where to locate. Over the past 5 years of corporate surveys by Area Development Magazine, corporate income tax rates, which I understand is not precisely the same as what's in this bill, ranked behind things like access to skilled labor, quality of life, and access to highways when corporate leaders are deciding where to locate. Those are things that state revenues and state investments are needed to ensure are there. Data show that out of the largest employers in Maryland, the vast majority are already operating in combined reporting states, in many cases, multiple combined reporting states. Similarly, for families, the most important factors are things like housing costs, jobs, schools, where relatives live, not tax rates as among the most important factors. This bill is important for making our tax system more equitable and more effective. It will strengthen our economy in the long term, and we respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Chair Atterbury and members of the committee, I'm Don Griswold, a senior fellow at the Nonpartisan Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. But the reason you want to hear from me is that I'm the voice of truth in this room. I was a senior leader inside the tax avoidance industry for 3 decades. I was Berkshire Hathaway's executive tax counsel. I led a KPMG's 600-person state tax minimization group and was an adjunct professor at Georgetown Law. Now, this committee has studied the corporate tax avoidance problem for years. So you know the problem is profit shifting to tax havens, foreign and domestic. A small group of huge multinational corporations aggressively shift their profits out of states like Maryland that refuse to look at the corporate group's complete profit picture. The lost revenues across the US, federal and state, are staggering sums. Just 6 big tech giants, 6 of them, like Apple, Google, Microsoft, have dodged $250 billion in federal tax. And Maryland piggybacks on the federal profit number. So Maryland loses its share of those staggering sums. Now, you also know that the solution is to look at complete profits. Today, Maryland looks only at whatever profits these groups leave voluntarily behind after profit shifting. In past years, Water's Edge has been on the table, but that ignores profit shifted offshore. So the Fair Share Act correctly redirects your focus to worldwide combined reporting, which allows Maryland to tax its share of a multinational's profits, no matter where they shift them to. So like when they move cash, profits from their right pocket to their left, worldwide taxes the entire pair of pants. You should also know my old buddies, when they're aiming to keep you, Maryland, a willing victim. I'm speaking truth. To your power, you need to speak tax to theirs. Thank you.
Madam Chair and committee members, I'm Michael Mazarov, also from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Thank you for allowing me to testify in support of the pass-through entity provision of HB 1007. The bill would impose an 8.25% tax on the portion of the profits of pass-through entities like partnerships and LLCs that are paid in cash to their owners. This would bring their tax treatment in line with that of taxable corporations. Profits plowed back into the business wouldn't be subject to the tax. And even if profits of the pass-throughs were distributed to the owners and be taxable, they would still receive more favorable treatment than profits distributed as dividends to regular corporate shareholders. That's because the first dollar of regular corporate dividends are taxable, while only pass-through payments above 1 million would be taxed under the bill. Why is the bill needed? Pass-through treatment, which means an exemption from the corporate income tax, was originally intended to benefit small businesses. But many pass-through businesses now are not small. For example, many multi-billion-dollar hedge funds and energy companies take advantage of pass-through status to minimize their taxes. Moreover, many pass-throughs have much higher profits than smaller corporations that are subject to the corporate income tax. In fact, in 2020, a full 90% of all profitable corporations that were subject to corporate income taxes had average profits below $1 million. If this many corporations with profits below 1 million are subject to the normal corporate income tax, surely it's fair to expect pass-throughs with profits above 1 million to pay tax as corporations. In making this change, Maryland wouldn't be alone. California, Massachusetts, and Illinois also impose some taxes on the profits of some types of pass-throughs. New Hampshire, Tennessee, Texas, and tax pass-throughs essentially the same way they tax regular corporations. As the center also strongly supports the throwback and worldwide combined reporting provisions of HB 1007, I urge the committee to favorably report the bill with the pass-through provision retained. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Atterbury, members of the committee. My name is Greg Bowen. I serve as a executive board member and shop steward for ATU Local 689 and interim president of the Maryland, Washington, D.C. AFL-CIO Council. ATU Local 689 supports HB 1007 and urges the committee to issue a favorable report. This bill is necessary, fair, and a progressive measure for enduring physical stability in the state of Maryland. At ATU Local 689, we represent over 15,000 transit workers throughout the DC metropolitan area. Even as our region has faced unprecedented challenges over the past few years, transit workers have faithfully stayed on the job and kept our region afloat. They showed up every day, even through the worst pandemic in a century, and spikes in violence both towards themselves and riders. However, these frontline heroes are today in danger. Going through fiscal year 2025, Maryland is facing post cuts to vital transportation infrastructures. The budget and the Transportation Trust Fund alike are structurally unbalanced, with the problems getting worse the longer the state waits. This would be beyond cruel to have our members repay all their hard work and effort with pink slips, frozen wages, and stolen retirement. Likewise, we know that the state of Maryland's multi-billion-dollar are still paying less than taxes than other members or the most vulnerable riders we serve. The union finds this to be an unacceptable physical stance. The State for Maryland Act is a smart way to close the corporate loopholes, include increasing taxes to the ultra rich and give working families a needed tax cut. Everybody is just starting to get over inflation, and that would be putting money back into the pockets of the workers and families. The union thanks Delegate Carr for introducing this worthy measure and urges the committee to vote in a favorable manner.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Delegate Polakovich-Carr, you had mentioned, I'm going to give you the chance. So the fiscal note does not jibe with what you guys are saying whatsoever. You know that, and I'm not going to debate all the particulars of the policies. We've done that many times as friends here before. You know that we're pretty universally against this sort of omnibus approach. A lot of things that have been proposed here in Maryland for many years. But you guys are saying that if we do this bill, we'll have a net gain of $1.6 billion, which I assume would say we can apply to the blueprint, whatever it may need. But the DLS fiscal analysts, who, at least in my 10 years of experience on the committee, we are bound to sort of follow to an extent suggests that the net revenue gains, and it's weird because they bounce all over the place. One year it's 106,000, pops up to 369 or million, pops up to 369, then drops the next year to 212, then picks up again to 375. And so, you know, what's the response to that? I mean, even if we were to pass this, you know, what has been sort of billed as maybe the largest tax increase package in Maryland history, the folks who we rely on said it's not going to generate enough revenue to pay for any of our budgetary shortfalls in and of itself. And I don't know what more else you can do. We've sort of ladled everything in here that's been proposed for years. What's your take on that?
Yeah, well, thank you, Delegate Buckle, for the softball question. Actually, really amuses me to get to say that.
You said you wanted someone to ask you about the fiscal note, and I love you, so you know.
So, I mean, I direct you to the top of page 10 of the fiscal note where it says DLS cautions that actual revenues under the bill's qualified provisions may differ significantly from the above estimate. And then the second paragraph on that page where it points out that there were two provisions specifically that they didn't even estimate. So the two provisions that they happened to leave out, which are closing the LLC loophole and the capital gains surtax, happen to be pretty weighty in terms of the revenues. And the reason we can say that with confidence is because standalone bills have been introduced on those subjects in the past, in fact, by me. So if we turn to the fiscal notes from those prior sessions, we see that the LLC loophole will generate 744 million. The capital gains surtax was up to 160.4 million. And then also notably, the other difference between what we're saying and what's in the fiscal note is they made their estimate for combined reporting based off of Water's Edge as opposed to worldwide. And so we have a slightly higher estimate that is based off of modeling that was done specifically for this legislation by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. So that all adds up to 1.6 after paying for the EITC and CTC.
So I'm kind of confused by that because what you're saying is, look, I did a bill about this tax policy a year or two ago, and DLS and the fiscal note writer told me that would add up to this amount, but this year they're saying, can't tell you. Don't know what it would add up to. And so I'm at a loss as a legislator of like, you know that I think you're incredibly sharp and I tend to believe you, but at the same token, it's hard to say what the real net revenue effect of this would be in light of what we have to rely on. I appreciate that. The other question I guess I just have for the panel is, you know, what we found is Maryland over the last decade or more has a very low rate of gain in population. I believe that the gentleman at the end to Delegate Polakovich-Carr's right spoke about, and you don't have to answer the question or not, but you spoke about people choose to live places and it has nothing to do or very little to do with taxes or some of these factors. Well, for whatever reason there exists, Maryland's not growing very much. And our economy is in fact stagnant. Comptroller Learman came out with a report a month or two ago that says our economy is pretty stagnant. It was pretty stagnant before COVID, was pretty stagnant during COVID, and it's been pretty stagnant since COVID. And so do you have a concern, given those facts, that we're really not that competitive among states that we should be? We have all these things. We have great, university systems. We have a high abundance of quality employees, particularly in the DC, Baltimore metro areas. And yet we're just stagnant. We're not growing. Our economy isn't growing. If our economy grew, we'd get more taxes. We could spend for more things, but our economy is just not going anywhere. You have some concerns that enacting all of these policies all together, all at once, with an almost united opposition by the job creators and businesses of the state would just have a terrible effect, given that we're not doing too well anyway.
Thank you, Delegate Buckle. The shortest version of the answer is no, that is not a concern that I have. I have great respect for Controller Learman and that state of the economy study. It is important to keep in mind that many of the key indicators, such as employment, not the unemployment rate, which, there are issues with what exactly that measures, but employment, people with jobs as a share of the population remains above the nationwide average. It has changed at a slower rate than the nationwide average. But again, when businesses and families are deciding where to locate, taxes just aren't among the most important things they consider. And in fact, one of the factors that the Controller's Office found was holding our economy back was childcare. People just aren't able to make sure their kids are in good hands when they go to work. We have recently made major expansions to childcare assistance that are bearing pretty substantial economic yields. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting words here. But the fact is that if we don't raise revenue to make sure that we're closing these deficits in out years, then we're going to have to make really deep, harmful cuts to those programs that support our workforce and support our economy. I should say, if the committee is willing to hear, the two experts from the Center on Budget can definitely speak more about the competitiveness question.
Thank you.
Would you like some on that?
If
or-
it's up to the chair in terms of who she wants to respond. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I thought I'll take the corporate side and my colleague will take the personal side then. So the question then is, will corporations move out because of the adoption of worldwide combined reporting? That's the specific one there. Or will they refuse to move in because of worldwide? The answer is a big no to each, and let me explain why. First, moving out. It is not going to happen ever because of worldwide combined. The math simply doesn't work. So I was a senior tax leader at one of the world's largest companies. And I will tell you, the tax burden that we're talking about, the avoided tax that they have to pay back, it's enough for them to hire former high-priced me to design strategies to avoid that tax. It's enough for them to pay lobbyists to come defend it. But it's a sliver of a sliver of a sliver of what they care about. The dollars are not there to justify the tremendous cost and disruption of moving out of the state. It's simply not going to happen. Now, how about moving into the state? Will they not do that because of worldwide? The answer is no, because under the system, which has let me back up and say, the profits we're taxing, think of it like a pie. Maryland gets to tax a slice of the pie. The way you determine that slice, that apportioned share, is by looking at sales into the state. If your Maryland's share of your global sales is 2%, then Maryland gets to tax 2% of the profit pie. If I move in a massive new plant, buildings, employees, that will not change the slice of the pie in the slightest. There is no impact at all. So in terms of corporate competitiveness, it's completely neutral worldwide combined. But then there's the personal side.
Yeah, I mean, and just on the pass-through provision, I mean, the state is already taxing pass-through businesses at the entity level itself. This was the change that you enacted 2022, 2023 to take advantage of the loophole that the IRS created that allowed pass-through entity owners to be able to deduct the full amount of their income taxes on their pass-through profit by moving the tax up to the entity level. So the entity is already being taxed, and so what the pass-through entity provision of this bill essentially is doing, it's preserving that tax loophole but it's basically saying, we're going to tax, if the profits of the pass-through business are passed through to the owners in an aggregate above $1 million, then we will treat them as if they're corporate dividends. Well, again, most of those, this only applies to a very small sliver of companies because it has to be above $1 million in distributed profits. The owners of the S, if it's an S corporation, can take a salary that reduces the amount that they're distributing to themselves in form of profit even lower. In many cases, those pass-through owners are going to be passive investors in a publicly traded limited partnership, so they're going to be out of state to begin with. So again, the entity's already taxed, so the pass-through provision isn't really imposing a higher tax on the business. It's imposing a higher tax on the investors who, in many cases, don't live in the state to begin with.
I appreciate that. I'll just close with this. You're very smart individuals, both of you. I appreciate what you say. I just find it in the real world, I just find it hard to believe that we would take $1.6 billion out of money, whether it's profits for corporations, whether it's money that individuals would have to do what they want to do, save for their kids to go to college, buy a second home, do whatever they want to do, invest in the stock market. That we would take $1.6 billion in one fell swoop away from them, and that would not provoke changes in behavior in relation to that. But I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Delegate Wells, did Delegate Buckle make you just not want to ask your question?
My question.
Okay, thank
you.
Okay, thank you all very much. Next, Heather Lift, all right. I don't know if this is an I or L. Denise Gilmore, Lisa Klingmeyer, Shamoya Gardner, Joe Schifrin, Terrence Kavanaugh, and is Sam Zorling still here? No, she probably left to be with her baby. Okay, I'm gonna just start all the way to my right and work your way down.
Good evening, Chair Atterbury and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Shamoya Gardner. I am the Executive Director of Strong Schools Maryland, here in strong support of House Bill 1007. So you've heard the details from the tax justice experts already. I'm here to reinforce the why at the root of our situation. This body, and I mean the entire General Assembly, knows that it must take some action to address the structural deficit the state is facing sooner rather than later. That is a fact. Two, we all know that the Blueprint Special Fund is on track to be depleted within the next couple of school years during the 2026-2027 school year exactly, unless we, and we here means you, take the action to shore up that Blueprint Special Fund before the state is forced to leverage general funds to meet its commitment. And what that would mean is that once again, Maryland would be subscribing to this zero-sum mythology that says that we have to cut funding to healthcare, to transportation, to our public schools in order to be economically viable. For the record, we are investing record amounts of funding in the Concentration of Poverty Grant Program because of the inequities we allow to fester that impact families. We've also been here before. In 2002, passing the Bridge to Excellence and falling short in 2008, the legislature made decisions that resulted ultimately in decreased funding for schools. By 2017, our schools across the state were underfunded by an average of $2 million per school per year. We don't need to go there again. The blueprint was a paradigm shift in education. There's no doubt about that. We see it in implementation. That also means that it requires a similar paradigm shift in our state's fiscal policy to keep up. Legislators are leaders. We cannot lead by calling the blueprint implausible. It is law. It must be funded. It's a promise that must be kept. And frankly, failing to shift in response to the realities of our state when we know we have viable options on the table should not be an answer. Please support the bill.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, members of the committee. My name is Heather Iliff. I'm President and CEO of Maryland Nonprofits, representing 40,000 organizations across the state and 12.9% of Maryland employees. While Maryland boasts the highest median household income in the nation, the stark reality is 30% of our households have difficulty meeting basic needs. 12% of our children live in deep poverty, and evictions are up by 75% over the last year. These are not just statistics. They represent real people struggling to meet basic needs for food, shelter, healthcare, and transportation. The Fair Share for Maryland Act is a lifeline for working families. The Comptroller's report recently showed that 180,000 Marylanders dropped out of the workforce since 2019, and that barriers to employment like transportation, housing, childcare, and mental health were major factors. Our economy is stagnating because of a lack of workers, not because of a lack of demand. Nonprofits work with the state to help people overcome barriers to employment and can be a big part of getting our economy growing again. However, these services are chronically underfunded. Nonprofits are stretched to the breaking point, unable to meet the escalating demands for vital services. Funders expect nonprofits to be able to offer a meal for $5 to $8 per person. That's just not possible anymore. State government has been on a diet of thin gruel for more than a decade that was stretched further by the pandemic. Nonprofits have to wait for months to receive contracts and payments and find that critical functions like environmental health officers, inspectors, social workers, permit writers, and others are not able to keep up. Transportation is lacking in all 24 jurisdictions and is cited in study after study as a significant barrier to employment and self-sufficiency. Serious state investment is needed for a modern transit system, as well as technology infrastructure, language access, libraries. Thank you. We hope that you will support this bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Denise Gilmore, and I'm the Legislative Director for AFSCME Maryland. We represent 45,000 state, county, and municipal employees across Maryland. When the Moore administration took over, our state government had amassed a record staffing shortage of 10,000 positions. We are crawling our way back from that, but still caseloads remain too high. In the Office of the Public Defender, we've got, we're struggling to meet our constitutional obligation to provide public defense in many ways. We're half the staff that we should, over less than half the staff that we should be there. We've got waiting lists that are thousands of individuals long waiting for disability services or even their disability benefits. And we have staggeringly high overtime rates still. I was talking to one of our correctional officer members yesterday. He sometimes has to be in a yard with 200 plus incarcerated individuals. There are supposed to be 9 other correctional officers out there with him, but he only has 2 on occasion because we are so short-staffed in our prisons right now. As my sister Shamoya said, we made the decision during the Great Recession when we were faced with terrible deficits to balance the budget on the backs of state employees. They gave back about $5 billion and they're paying benefits over that period through furloughs. We know our state retirees are going to be losing their state retiree plan next year as a result of the decisions that were made back in 2011. I am imploring this committee to consider this revenue package as an alternative to those cuts. Rebuilding our state government is of critical importance, and we can only do it with the kind of investment that the Fair Share Act and we favorable report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Klingemeyer. I'm the Executive Director of Maryland RISE, which works to promote an economy that works for all. We're here today in strong support of HB 1007. I'm a social worker by training. I got started in the field doing casework with people experiencing homelessness and folks reentering from incarceration. And a significant reason why I'm doing policy work now instead of doing that direct service is it was incredibly frustrating and so heartbreaking to work with families and be able to offer so little in the way of resources that we could make to change their lives. There are so many programs that have been chronically underfunded in the state, and families have languished and suffered because of it. Just for one example, the Temporary Cash Assistance Program. This is a program for low-income children and their caretakers. We statutorily set it in Maryland at 61.25% of the Maryland minimum living level when combined with food stamps. And in the 12 years I've advocated around the program, we've raised it once from 61% to 61.25%. So we're asking low-income families with children to live not just in poverty, but in deep poverty. And those numbers haven't changed. And I'm sure you've also received phone calls from constituents with eviction notices, because we're also seeing evictions on the rise. And while there's some really great legislation this year on the supply side to build affordable housing, that will take years to be realized. And we have no real state comprehensive resource for eviction assistance. But what the Fair Share Maryland Act can do is not only help us start meeting those budgetary shortfalls we're looking at, but it also gives us an opportunity to be innovative. What are the programs and policies that you've been wanting to fund that we know are chronically underfunded? And how can we leverage this new resource to do those things? And these are not just expenses, they are investments. They're investments in our children, they're investments in our family, investments in our community, and in our economy. So for all those reasons, we strongly urge a favorable report on HB 1007, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the Wage and Means Committee. My name is Jo Schifrin. I'm submitting this testimony in support of HB 1007 on behalf of JUFJ, Jews United for Justice. JUFJ organizes 6,000 Jewish Marylanders and allies from across the state in support of social, racial, and economic justice campaigns. Jewish tradition teaches that in a just world, all people, regardless of race or income, would have daimachsoro, whatever they need. But here in Maryland, the tax system is unfair. For decades, wealthy corporations have manipulated the rules to avoid paying taxes, putting an unjust burden on the poor and working class, as well as small businesses, to fund things that we all care about: schools, healthcare, libraries, public safety. 1/3 of the largest corporations pay zero income taxes in a typical year, and the wealthiest 1% in our state pay a smaller share of their income in taxes than the rest of us. We can create a fairer tax system, help children who live in poverty, and raise the revenue that the state needs. As you've already heard from some of our partners, the Fair Share for Maryland Act will raise $1.6 billion in revenue each year, cut taxes for more than 1 million Marylanders, and ensure the wealthiest 1% of households pay their fair share of taxes and support Maryland-based businesses and advance economic and racial justice. JUFJ is eager for this bill to be enacted so that low-income Marylanders can stop subsidizing the wealthy, corporations will pay their fair share, and Maryland will eliminate its revenue shortfall. We therefore respectfully urge this committee to return a favorable report on HB 1007.
Just move over. Madam Chair, member of the Ways and Means Committee, good evening. I'm Terry Kavanaugh here in representing SEIU Local 500. We're in strong support of the Fair Share for Maryland Act because it will provide resources that Maryland communities need while also ensuring that wealthy corporations and individuals are contributing their fair share to the public services that we all benefit from. As a union of over 20,000 workers who serve Marylanders from cradle to career, we not only understand the struggles of working families, we are working families. The Fair Share for Maryland's expansion of tax credits for working families will work towards ensuring families are not on the cusp of poverty while living paycheck to paycheck. Most families in our state cannot afford an emergency expense of even $500. With child tax credits putting more money back into the pockets of working families, we can bring some economic relief to those who need it most. We've submitted our written testimony, but I would leave you with this. Something a friend of mine was fond of saying is the cost of doing nothing is not nothing. If inaction will only lead to a deeper hole and a deeper hole. So we ask you to strongly support this bill and pass it favorably. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much. Moving on to the unfavorables. Bernie Marsick, Bill Costelli, Kaylee Locklear, Andrew Griffin, Mike O'Halloran.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew Griffin here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in opposition to House Bill 1007. So I want to be really clear about what's in the bill. There's multiple references. It's a big bill. There's multiple references as to the combined reporting piece. So this is worldwide combined reporting. So no other state, let's be clear, has adopted mandatory worldwide combined reporting. So Water's Edge combined reporting exists around the country, but no other state has done mandatory world. There have been some states recently that have evaluated mandatory worldwide combined reporting. There are two studies you'll see linked to my testimony from New Hampshire and Maine that firmly rejected it. Those states have not adopted it. Minnesota recently voted down worldwide combined reporting last session. All three of the states with a really similar reason. It takes what we know about combined reporting, the volatility and the revenue, and it puts it on steroids because you're bringing in global actions onto a Maryland balance sheet. So those states, this committee is charged with finding revenue for a budget. Those states are looking to build a budget. And they simply said, we cannot reliably build a budget on this money. I just put that to you. Think about it. We know that the revenue is not steady. If it's not there, you can't spend it. So I'll stop there, and I will just urge an unfavorable report. I'm happy to take questions. I know others will speak as to what is in the bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are in opposition to this bill, but specifically the use of worldwide combined reporting as well as throwback rule. I'm going to focus my comments on worldwide combined reporting. So from the taxpayer standpoint, this legislation entails some burdensome issues like dividing for entities typically excluded from the unitary state reporting group, creating new reports, addressing currency translation issues related to data, recalculating depreciation on foreign assets, and navigating various logistical challenges associated with compliance in a globally consolidated reporting system. It constitutes a substantial effort that may yield minimal changes in tax liability for many taxpayers. So contrary to the narrative suggesting that corporations easily shift profits overseas, shortchanging states like Maryland, the reality is actually quite different. The shift to mandatory worldwide reporting may, and I really need to say that again, may generate additional tax revenue only from a smaller subset of taxpayers. So for multinational unitary groups marginally more profitable in the United States than abroad, the increase in the tax base and state taxable income may be entirely negated by the dilution of the apportionment factor resulting from the inclusion of foreign activity in denominators. So this means under worldwide combined reporting, some taxpayers may actually owe less because of these factors. Yes, I said less. So truly, this discussion primarily concerns those taxpayers that are more profitable abroad than in the United States. However, this population diminishes further when considering that many corporate groups may assert legitimate positions that their foreign operations are not applicable. All in there. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Bernie Marzik from Cornerstone Government Affairs here today on behalf of the Manufacturers Alliance of Maryland. In respectful opposition to House Bill 1007. Andrew talked a little bit about other states. I wanted to focus on both the throwback portion, but also combined reporting and what our state has done related to this. This issue has been studied repeatedly by different commissions put together by Governor O'Malley and then by Speaker Bush and President Miller to specifically look at the state's fiscal situation in which taxes should be considered and which taxes shouldn't be considered. In 2010, the Maryland Business Tax Reform Commission was asked to study this. The report came back saying, enacting combined reporting would therefore solve a problem that no longer exists while making the tax code more difficult to administer and comply with. It would result in a shift of the tax burden, substantial in some cases, among industry and among taxpayers, resulting in winners and losers, end quote. In 2016, the second commission was put into place, the Maryland Economic Development and Business Climate Commission, or Augustine Commission, you might remember it named as. This commission said, quote, do not adopt combined reporting and indicate clearly the intent not to do so, end quote. As Andrew mentioned, this is worldwide combined reporting, an even larger, more aggressive attempt at a tax that these commissions both said do not do. Second, as it relates to from the Manufacturing Institute, a throwback rule is a tax on a widget that is made in Maryland and then sold out of the state. This could be a piece of mechanical equipment. It could be a computer. It could be anything that is made here and then sold somewhere else. That is not currently taxed here, this would be, according to the fiscal note, about an $86 million tax increase on those folks who are making these items here in the state and selling them out of state. So we would ask for your unfavorable report on this bill.
Thank you, members of the committee. Bill Castelli on behalf of JMI Equity and Brown Advisory, both Baltimore-based companies, and they are strongly opposed to the legislation. And in particular, I want to call attention to the pass-through entity tax. That would tax general partners and limited partners at an 8.25% surtax. So that's 8.25% surtax on top of whatever the income tax rate they would be paying as well, on top of the county income tax rate. So the very, very top tax rate that you would have for some pass-through entities would be greater than 17%. And to be clear, because you're taxing not just the general partners, the folks who are making these financial decisions, but their limited partners. Their limited partners include many Maryland institutions, healthcare, university endowments. So those are limited partners who would also be taxed at that 8.25% the way the legislation is drafted. So this would make it very difficult for a company like a JMI Equity, Brown Advisory, who works with these Maryland institutions, to actually compete at all in with companies doing the exact same things they do in other states. So we think it sets up a very onerous tax, and it also sets up other inequities as well. If you have, like, Brown Equity has everybody as a partnership there. So everybody has equity in that firm. Nobody owns more than 5% of that firm. They've set it up as a partnership. And so those folks would be taxed very differently than other folks who have formed in a corporate form. So I think it does set up a lot of unintended consequences that way as well. And we would encourage an unfavorable report.
Get really close to you, pal. We're all friends up here. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran here on behalf of NFIB in Maryland in respectful opposition to House Bill 1007. You know, simply as I can, this bill will increase taxes on small businesses. As my written testimony points out, most small businesses are organized as pass-through entities. And these businesses pay their business taxes through their personal income tax. So if you couple the new higher brackets plural, and the PTE surtax, which may impact a few, then you're looking at a tax policy that frankly discourages entrepreneurship and the expansion and even founding of small businesses here in Maryland. Instead, I may point you to some legislation that was introduced back in 2020 that came to this committee. And that was House Bill 185. This bill created the Commission on Tax Policy, Reform, and Fairness. Look, the state, as all of you in this committee know all too well, is facing some pretty substantial fiscal issues in the years ahead, talking billions of dollars in a structural deficit. It might be better for this body to pursue this idea of a tax commission rather than a roughly $1 billion tax hike over the next few years. Thank you, and respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that the time is drawing nigh, so I'll be brief. So I think this question is for Griffin, because I think you mentioned that there's no place that does
mandates worldwide.
Okay, because
correct.
Is it correct that Alaska does have that?
They have the option. The company can choose to report on a worldwide basis if they would like to. Yes.
So that's not mandatory.
It is not mandatory. No.
Okay. All right. And then the other question I had for you is that at least with combined reporting, isn't there a benefit to small businesses if over multinationals if there is combined reporting?
So combined reporting does not differentiate based on a company's size. So you don't have to be big to be impacted by combined reporting or small not. It just has to do with where you do business, more or less, and where you're reporting sales. So if a small business is doing sales, is doing business in another country, they would be impacted. It doesn't really equate to business size.
Even like compared to a multinational that is doing business in Maryland?
Well, they would both be impacted by it. Yes, like the size is not a factor.
Okay, there's no, so you're saying the size?
It has to do with.
Understand this because this is a whole new.
Yeah, the size of the business, how you're organized, none of that matters. It's where you're doing your business. So if I am I produce a small widget, sell those widgets in London under worldwide, right? I'm bringing in theoretically those profits or losses that I have in London. This is a highly simple version of this.
Okay.
And I may have 5 employees, so very small, and I'm reporting it on my Maryland return, and then I would be taxed on the portion of my income that was made in Maryland versus my global income, theoretically. The volatility comes in that I could report losses, I could report a lot of gains, but the business size does not matter.
Okay, got it. And then my last question, which is a little bit more in my wheelhouse, but thinking about could have been posed for the previous panel, but that would have been a softball question for them. But as we have conversations about public safety, we think about the viability of investing in communities. We think about our ability to invest in public transportation for folks to be able to get to places. We know the idea about more dense planning is, there's a lot of support for that, which requires resources for people to be able to pay rent and things like that. So I'm just wondering from the perspective, this might be more for retail and for chamber, but I guess what I'm trying to ask is, we know that there's a fiscal health, but there's also the social health of our communities in our state. And so I'm just trying to understand is that we know that there's a need for significant investments, whether it's education, transportation, other social services that really help make our community safer. So I do want to understand from the perspective of this panel, where do you think we're going to find the money? And I'm not phrasing this in a way that I feel like it should all fall on your backs, right? But realistically, where should we all give and take? Because from the previous panel, we heard our state employees that $5 billion, I think it was, so to speak, that they compromised because of the fiscal dire straits that we were in. So I genuinely do want to know from not all of you, but can someone give me 1 or 2 ideas about where we can find the resources that help not only keep our communities viable, but keep the very people that you represent, keeping their businesses viable? What is your suggestion on how we can solve that problem?
Sure. So, in the years that I've come before this committee and testified, let's say on this issue before, I don't think we've ever, or anybody in the business community has ever contended the merits of the needs or those advocating for the revenue. Certainly not here to contend that. I think, we have focused on the tax policy that's been presented to us, right? The tax policy that's in this bill, worldwide combined reporting, is exceptionally complex. I mean, we simplify it for conversation. It's exceptionally complex. And we know that the revenue is volatile, and that's what I come here and that's what I tell you. And so what I guess I admonish the group is, if we need funds for the priorities that you've outlined, there's probably a better place to get it than this. And do I claim to have all of the answers? No, but what I'm contending is that you're not going to have a stable source of revenue for this. This here, significantly more so than what we've seen the last, I think, 35 years that has been introduced in Water's Edge. So I think that's where I'll keep it. I'm happy to talk offline to other ideas.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1007. Thank you very much, committee.
Down here.
I thought it was just mandatory option.
Yes, yes. Everyone likes to go with the state, don't they? Not a good example. Come on, it's one state.
Yeah, it's one state.
On one.
But don't say zero.
Well, it's part of one state. Part of one state.